Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to the Sunday afternoon, evening, and I just realized I misspelt the title card there. Yes, well, I've been having issues typing recently because I'm short of hand. Last Monday, I was out for my walk, and somebody did insult their sidewalk, and I went feet up really fast, and I landed on my wrist. Wound up in the hospital the next morning to get x-rays and stuff. Turns out it's not broken, although it damn well felt like it was. Just a very severe sprung wrist. So I'm still very limited in what I can do. So sometimes I'm not aware my typing isn't so smooth, so I'm missing typos and stuff even faster than before. Anyway, yeah, and I have to have a cold pack on it, on and off regularly. I tried knocking on the door of the people who did insult their sidewalk. I'll try leaving them a note tomorrow to see if they will compensate me for the brace I had to get from the pharmacy, because my friend was home after I was done my walk, or when I went home because, almost thought I had a broken wrist. So he took me to the drugstore to get a brace. So I would like to be compensated for that because it's their responsibility to salt the sidewalk, which they didn't do. And fortunately, it was my left hand, not my right hand. If it was my right hand, I'd be freaking out a hell of a lot more, because if anything were to impact my ability to do art, I would not be in a good place. So, yeah, and I know at least I'm not a Yankee bad lefty because I was able to go to the hospital, to the emerge, get the x-rays. I just had to wait a long time, but it didn't cost me anything. Like getting the brace at the pharmacy was the thing that cost me. And then I also picked up this cooling wrap when I was at a Christmas market. They were there for sale because I wanted something that I could just wrap around my wrist as opposed to I was using like 2 cold packs to sandwich it. But I want something that could actually wrap around it. And so this works. And so, yeah, I'll be knocking on their door. There were witnesses. A couple were walking their dogs. And the woman came over to help me up and make sure I was okay and stuff. I also have the receipt from the drugstore with the time on it. I can show texts that I was texting from the hospital. Luckily, I didn't lucky for them, I wasn't in a position where it's like I lost income because of it, because maybe I had to take a day off work to go to the hospital or something of that sort. So they should be fortunate that it wasn't that much. And I'm not the type of person to want to like go into a lawsuit or try to get them fined by the city or anything of that sort. But, you know, compensate me for what I had to spend. Lesson learned, salt your sidewalk. But let's see. So far in the SandBox, we have Jet, Bad Lefty, Etchbox, The True Democratic North. And let's see, I think somebody, or Broomer just jumped in, and Marty. Hello, hello. Yeah, so I've been a bit behind this week on things that I've been wanting to do. My chores are a bit behind because it's painful. Like even almost a week after it's happened. I still can't put much weight on that wrist. I might have to go back for like secondary x-rays to see if maybe there was a hairline fracture in it. At that point, what are they going to do? You know, it's not like they'll put a cast on it at that point or anything. But at night I have to wear the brace over my wrist in particular so that I don't bend my wrist the wrong way while I'm sleeping. Then I run into other problems. The circulation, I can have circulation cut off in my body parts very easily overnight if I sleep on it the wrong way. And so a couple nights ago, I woke up and I guess the circulation to my pinky finger had been cut off. And I realized it. And because I kind of woke up and I realized it. And so I started feeling and it was like I was touching somebody else's finger. It was so weird and gross. It's like, it's on my hand, but I feel like this isn't my finger. I feel like I'm touching the finger of somebody else. And then you get the sensation of the blood coming back into the finger, which is weird. It's not the first time that sort of thing has happened. It's just, it was the brace that did it this time. But yeah. So we'll see. I have no idea what kind of people they are. Although, when I tried to knock on the door yesterday, I had a friend with me, and he pointed out they have a camera. They have a security camera that points right down to it. So they probably got footage of it. I don't know, though, if they've even been home over this past week. The house looks kind of empty, so that could be part of it. But I'll try approaching them again on Monday, and if they aren't home, I'll leave them a note. Bad Lefty, I'm sure you'll either need none of that because they're good people, are very sorry, or more likely, in my opinion, showing them all of it won't help because they're uncaring assholes. Yeah, it's probably going to be an either or. And if it's the or, I might then call the city. You know, I'm giving them a chance to do the right thing. Like, I know if it was me, I'd feel obligated, but I don't own a home. So, but I would feel horrendous if that happened. Not to mention, again, it could have been so much worse. Now, I could have cracked my skull open. I could have broken my right wrist. You know, like somebody else who's in a more frail body state than me absolutely could have injured themselves far more severely on it. So, you know, that's the thing about being a homeowner is you you got to keep on top of that sort of thing. So I'm hoping they're decent people and will be like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And then like yell and scream at whoever was supposed to do it or whatever. But yeah, it is one of those things. Hello, reference frame, who is lurking. So let's see. What people are saying. Okay. Bad lefty, because you have a good, healthy lefty human empathy. Yeah, well, that's me. I have no idea. Again, I don't know who these people are, but there were witnesses. They should have it on camera. I don't know how long they keep like that footage is banked or whatever. I guess it depends on which organization they use for it. Because I know like the police might come later on, not for me, but like for other instances, wanting to check homeowners' cameras because there was a crime in the area or something. So I don't know how long that's actually stayed before it gets erased. But besides that, I have the receipt with the date on it. I have the text messages from the hospital. There's a witness. True, I didn't get their names, but they're dog walkers in the neighborhood. If I start asking around other dog walkers, they'll know. They'll know who it is, and I'll be able to narrow it down. And it's quite possible I'll see them again sometime. So, yeah, there's proof. Like, I can't even show them the hospital bracelet. I have it, but the hospital bracelets have all changed to scan codes. So all it would do is tell them how old I am and my birth date and my full name. It wouldn't tell them which day I was at the hospital because that's all part of the scan code. Hello, hermatologist. Somebody saying, oh. Marty saying, I'm sorry to hear that happened to you, Sandy. I hope you get better, make a full recovery. I had a weird few weeks too, as I lost my wallet 2 weeks ago, but am rectifying that. Oh, so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'd be an absolute mess if that happened too. But yeah, I will go door knocking tomorrow again and see if but it's just, it looks like the house was empty. Like, that's why I didn't knock on it the night of, was all the lights were out on that you could see and stuff. There was no footprints leading like on their driveway or anything. So it just looked like nobody was home or they were all asleep. So that's why. But also, I was kind of in shock in the moment because the pain is there, but the shock is preventing you from feeling all the pain. And I heard a pop when it happened. So I'm like, that's why I'm thinking it actually got broken. And so, yeah, I was just like writhing in pain on the ground before that the woman of the couple came over to see if I was okay. And she even offered to like walk me home. But again, in the moment, you're not thinking straight and you're full of pride and all my other body parts seemed to work. So it didn't seem like such a big deal. But yeah. But on other news, I got an update on Frodo. It's not good. Not good. He's doing okay. Like, he's okay right now. But the test came back. I don't know how to pronounce it. Apocrine andychromicinoma. It's a cancerous mass of the gland. So the email says the surgeon got clean margins, but there were a few cancerous cells seen in the vessels, which means it could have metastasized to other places in the body. So he had cancer in the gland. That's what the mass was. They think they removed it, but it could be in other places in the body. So it's not like if it was just like a benign tumor, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But so I'm pretty much like, it's upsetting, but I'm still kind of in the same spot as I was with his kidney disease. It's a wait and see, monitor him for changes, but eventually it's going to be bad and kill him. So it's just another version of that, I suppose. But he's eating a lot of treats on his own overnight, but he's not eating much in the way of regular food. I am still spoon feeding him, although I think he's actually gained a little bit of weight since I've been regularly spoon feeding him and he's been eating a lot of treats overnight. I leave out like a smorgasbord for him, like 3 different treats, the regular kibble, wet cat food and stuff, and see which ones he'll eat. So, and he's still super affectionate in the morning. Oh my God, this chair is going to drive me crazy. This is my creaky, noisy chair. And so I'm hearing it and it bugs me, but I need both hands to move my other chair over here because I have to pick them up by the arms to get them over the cables and stuff. So for now, I'll be in the squeaky chair, although it is more comfortable. And I had to have a friend drive me to the grocery store and stuff yesterday because I can't drive right now because of my wrist. So you learn very quickly what you use both hands for that you don't tend to think of. So yeah. So yeah, it's I don't think it's set in with Frodo yet because again, it's just there's no guarantee it's metastasized in other places. Like unless we were to do like a full body ultrasound scan or something of that sort. Hello, No Justice and their viewers. Welcome to the SandBox, or as I affectionately call you all, Pawn Jumpers. Welcome. I'm still just doing my regular little speak before I get into like the heavy news of the day, filling people in on my personal life because, you know, autistic, I overshare. But I will be getting into some stuff, talking about the Munk debates here in Toronto. That's a thing. And it was debates about a 2-state solution in Israel, and it had only Israelis on the panel. I'm sure that wasn't bias. Also some stuff about healthcare and education in Alberta and Ontario. Yeah. And also tomorrow I will be doing another live stream that is a themed live stream. So I've been starting to do this thing where this Sunday evenings are like my news live streams where I talk about the news and stuff. But then once a week or so, I'm trying to do one that is, it would be a shorter live stream and it's just one theme. And tomorrow will be about a lot of the crackdown on trans people and their ability to live. and all the places that trans women are being banned. And it's women, it's not trans men that are being banned, it's trans women that are being banned. And some of the laws and stuff that are just being pushed through, and how horrifying it all is that we've had institutions that had zero issue with trans women participating for decades. And now suddenly, because of a vocal turfoid, I don't know, just like, what would be the planet of the turfs? You know, they're invading, whatever. A lot of these rights are being taken away. Because again, a lot of people don't seem to realize trans women have been allowed to participate in the Olympics for a long time, for years and years and years. But it's only the past few years that it's been an issue. And it's not an issue. It's just the right wing has made it an issue. So be talking about that tomorrow because there's a lot to go over it. Drew, videos saying trans rights are not negotiable. We aren't free until we are all free. Very true. But yeah. Ride Feather, yippee, neurodivergent community expansion. And Drew Video's also saying, can we get a shout out for Zach Polanski? I have talked about him. I have, positively, because I do, I'm in this weird area, because, you know, being in Canada, we are heavily influenced by the United States politics. because we share a border with them. And trust me, you do not want to be sharing a border with them right now. Plus, a lot of their right-wing nonsense comes and trickles up here. But to be fair, we have also exported a fair bit to the United States. It's a two-way export trade negotiation thing. So I do tend to try to pay attention to a lot of American politics, but also I'm trying to pay more attention to UK politics because, first of all, we get each other. I say an MP, you know what I'm talking about. I can talk shit about the monarchy here. And you know what I'm talking about. And also, your Labour Party and our Liberal Party. Very similar. Very, very similar. As I keep on saying, Mark Carney is just the better looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. So we have a lot of similar issues, and believe it or not, I'm a little envious of all you all over there, which you might think is kind of shocking that me sitting here in Canada would be at all envious of the politics in the UK, given the shit show that is over there. I'm envious because you do have Zach Polanski in the Green Party. You do have your party, pros and cons with that. There's absolutely issues with it, but you have a strong leftist movement that is political. You're going to have options when it comes to your next election. There's momentum. There's all this great stuff happening there. People are getting more plugged in, more aware. Here in Canada, we ain't got none of that. Zero, zilch, nada. We have, like with the NDP, the New Democrat Party, which is supposed to be the more socialist, progressive party. They're having a leadership race right now. There's a couple in there that I wouldn't mind actually winning, but it's up in the air. But nowhere near to the same extent as the UK. I just see more toggling between conservatives and liberals in the next election, which is still just, they're the same party. It's just one tends to be a little bit better on social issues than the other. That's all. That's all. So, yeah. Well, I like the cold weather, Davina Robinson. I like it. I'm one of the few that actually like it. I'm just checking the SandBox. Ride feather, is this happening in Canada too? What, the bad weather? Or the bad politics? Let's see. Phillison saying, how did we suddenly notice? Oops. There was an issue with transgender stuff. Surely existed before. It was better hidden and not so noticeable, therefore overlooked and accepted. To some extent, it was so rare that it was only the people you knew, and if you knew them, you tended to be more forgiving because, when you know somebody, you tend to understand them a bit better. And before, religion and politics. And I think it's just basically, we now have platforms like this. There's more trans representation out there. So they've become lightning rods. Whereas, in the conservatives, religious communities and stuff, it just never got talked about because it didn't exist. And then there were a few safe havens. Even some like TV shows and stuff like that did a better job of representing trans folks a long time ago. True, still a hell of a lot of mockery and used as the joke and stuff of that sort. But every now and then you would see a sliver of something like, I remember seeing clips on YouTube about something from like the 80s where it's like, Well, now I just, a woman comes up to a guy in a bar and saying, "Yeah, I'm your friend from way back then," and he's like, "Well, but now I'm a woman," type thing, and he's like, "Okay, well, it just means that I get to know you as a friend all over again," type thing. Like it's all over the place, but I think it's just, the right wing needed the culture war issues because, fascism. That's how they tend to get more people kind of looped in with it. They need their talking points. They need to focus people's rage on things that don't affect them versus giving them any wiggle room to realize where the problems are with our politicians and capitalism and all that sort of stuff, because the last thing they want is for people to actually clue into who's actually suppressing them and making their life shit. They don't want that. So then they latch on to these ideas. And for the most part, it's just like throwing spaghetti against the wall and seeing what sticks. And so the issue with trans folks, it started gaining more and more momentum. And the more it did, the more the right-wing politicians and pundits and stuff would lean into it. And then you started to get some crossover onto the left. And by left, I mean center. But they like to claim to be on the left when they're in the media, saying, well, yeah, maybe there are some valid points to this. There shouldn't be surgeries on kids, which there aren't. Oh, maybe trans women in women's sports isn't all that fair, so they're trying to be like, we're fair and balanced here, so we're going to agree with the right wing on a few things. And as soon as that started happening, then yeah. a lot went, it's just, yeah. So, but we'll be talking a lot more about that tomorrow. Oops. True Vids, you've got a neoliberal fake left party. I swear, kind of like Labour in UK. I swear. Yeah, it is. It's the same. It's the same. Yes, Adam Gordon. Mark Carney used to be the governor of the Bank of England. Oh, Robbins, not Robinson. Just put that there. That's how common it is. But thank you for letting me know. I'll try to remember. Ride Feather, yeah, we've been following the trend of US politics for a while here, and Labour and the Tories collapsing, and the Green surge has been so needed. It feels a bit more favorable, yeah. Oh. The almighty Revlo, would you ever consider voting for the NDP? I tried running for the party. I wouldn't, right now, asking who I would vote for, I fall into the category of ABC, anyone but conservative. So it'd be a riding by riding thing. Who is most likely to beat the conservative? Vote for them. Liberal, Green, or NDP. I don't care. Because very little will be done during these elections. It's what we do in between that matters the most. In trying to rev up some sort of like leftist party and get people more on board. But when the election comes, yeah. But I don't endorse any parties really anymore because I'm pissed off with all of them, including the NDP. Let's see. Druids, no, we don't. You might have heard a long time ago from Justin Trudeau, who ran on proportional representation, and then maybe you haven't heard anything since, but he didn't actually enact it. So we do not have proportional representation here. We have first past the post, which means, like currently here in Ontario, Doug Ford, the conservative asshole premier, got into power with only about 18% of possible votes. More than half of people stayed home. And then of the people who voted, not half of them voted for him. So no, he did not do that. Adam Golding, what was the Munk debate even about this time? Well, we'll get into it. And it was about the two-state solution, and it had only Israelis on it and no Palestinians. Yes, Boku, the tiny slinky that I always have on my finger because I fidget a lot, and I also collect slinkies. That's what these rainbow things are. Also, I finished my doggy drawing and it's back. Yay, see, doggy drawing. I'm going to be giving it to the person whose portrait of this dog is later this week. I'm so looking forward to seeing the reaction to it. Because it's very rare when I actually get to see the reaction of people to the drawings that I do for them. Yeah. Yeah, so people can go to my YouTube channel, subscribe while you're here, and you can see the progress video of that doggy drawing. You can also see a progress video I did of a certain Owen Jones. I drew a picture of Owen Jones, and it was my first attempt at a hyper-realistic portrait. This. And by hyperrealism, I mean you can do this. You go in and you see the freaking pores in the skin. And as far as I know, he has not seen this drawing, even though I've tried to add it at him a bunch of times. Hey, come on, out of there. Abernathy, go. Scooch. My kitty cat likes to chew on things. Gotta be careful. My wrist is hurt. Anyway, we should probably actually get into the news of the day and stuff, because I was talking about the Munk debates, which we're about to get into. Also, I might save it for later, but I do kind of want to go over, there's a debate I would love to see, and that is Owen Jones against Brianna Wu when it comes to Israel-Palestine. That's a debate I'd like to see, because they got into a Twitter fight about it. True vids. Oh my god, Owen Jones reaping the gaze of the left and styling pure fire. We love him over here. Well, I like him over here. I'm just a little bit of a fan, just a little bit. But anyway, we should probably get into it. First, I want to get into double standards when it comes to Israel and Palestine, because we have those. We have all of that here. Sorry, I'm ADHD, autistic ADHD. I'm getting distracted because there's like new people in the SandBox that I love interacting with people, but once I get into a docket, then I tend to not interact with people, because if I did, I would never get done. And these live streams are already around 5 hours long. So yes, just a tad. Bad lefty, just a tad. Rachel Atwood, she debated Kevin Logan not too long ago. I think I did look that one up. It was just sad. She's not good at debating because she is. You need an IQ higher than a rock. Hello, Doc Davies. Anyway, yes. So, double standard with the way over here in the West, Canada treats Palestinians versus Israelis, how they're portrayed in the media, how our politicians talk about it. I'm sure you're very familiar with this type of thing over on the other side of the pond. All you pond jumpers who are here with your I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. You see, I can say I support Palestine action because I'm in Canada. You can't do dick all to me here. So I support Palestine action. Anyway, so we have the leader of the Ontario NDP, Marit Stiles, wanting to say a little something, something. No. Okay, here we go. She says, today is the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. Solidarity with Palestinian peoples means recognizing that for a just and lasting peace in the region, they must have self-determination, statehood, dignity, and justice. As New Democrats, we know that solidarity has real meaning when it turns into action. Taking the political action necessary to end Canada's complicity in this genocide means imposing a two-way arms embargo. Says the leader of the party who kicked out an MPP, Sarah Jama, a week after October 7th, because Sarah Jama had the audacity to say, you know, maybe there should be a ceasefire and Palestinian lives matter just as much as Israeli lives. So she got kicked out of the NDP caucus because of that when Marit Stiles was leader. And there was no pathway for Sarah to become part of that party again. They didn't provide it for her. They didn't let her. And Sarah Jama is, she's Black, Muslim, and uses a wheelchair for mobility. And so they just, the treatment of her was just absolutely horrendous. Like the fact that they voted to kick her out of caucus and knowing there would be a press pool right afterwards. Nobody was there to keep the press away from Sarah. Like they were all surrounding her and getting up close to her, and she couldn't get past them because she was in her wheelchair and unable to maneuver around them as they all kind of just swarmed in around her. And it was just horrifying to see how she was treated, and nobody from the NDP stood up for her. It was just gross. So I just replied to her. I have two Twitter accounts you should be following, Sandy Lovis and Leftofthebox. But under my Sandy Lovis account, I said, you need to step down as leader and find a city to be mayor of. You're putting your ego above the well-being of people in this province. We need an NDP leader who is boldly, proudly progressive. That's not you. So in this last election, provincial election, they lost a lot of votes. The Liberals got 1 million more votes than the NDP. The NDP has more seats than the Liberals. First past the post. And so there was recently a leadership review for the Ontario NDP, and Marit is staying on as leader, which means that the Ontario NDP is doomed. They're not going to win. And we might be stuck with Doug Ford yet again. It's a whole bunch of ego, and she's not one to talk on it. Then we also have here, so CIJA is like Canada's APAC. So here, civil society groups call on Liberal government to withdraw a hate crime bill. For those who are in Canada, you know, I've talked about this, and it's not so much about hate crime as it is about suppressing people's ability to protest, freedom of speech, and it's generally targeted towards pro-Palestinian protesters, and I'm sure you've seen similar things across the pond with your legislation. So CIJA, again, the APAC of Canada, says, here's an important question for the organizations at this press conference. Do they support the harassment of Canadians? Let's be clear, Bill C-9 does not ban protests. What it does do is criminalize the intimidation and obstruction of Canadians simply going about their lives. That was already a crime. Parents dropping their kids off at school, children visiting elderly parents, or individuals attending religious services because they have this nasty little habit of having auctions of Palestinian land from the West Bank, stolen Palestinian land from the West Bank and synagogues. They do this a lot. And then they get mad when those synagogues are protested at. Not protesting the synagogue, they're protesting the event being held there. And they don't like that. So all Canadians have the right to live safely, free from hate, violence, and extremism. The principle has long been supported by other targeted communities and should guide efforts to strengthen this legislation. And somebody just pointing out, Mohammad here, saying, the 2017 mass shooting is at the Islamic Cultural Center in Quebec City killed 6 worshippers. The 2021 London truck attack took 4 members of a Muslim family. We're talking London, Ontario, not London, England. London, Ontario is it's its own thing. It's not as nice as London, England, but yes, in 2021, man just drove a truck into a group of people and killed 4 members of a Muslim family, and it was motivated by hate. Canada has the highest number of Muslims killed in targeted hate-motivated attacks among the G7 countries. Yet the government has never introduced legislation to actually combat this hate. Once again, you are misleading Canadians. This is not about protecting our people or protecting people. It's about silencing pro-Palestinian expression, policing faith and religious texts, and whitewashing Israel's killing of children. This bill was shaped by the pro-Israel lobby to serve its interests. It does nothing for Canadians who have lived with real deadly hate. Yes, in all the attacks against Muslim people, you never saw the Canadian government saying, we should pass a bill, an anti-hate bill, to combat this. No, you don't see it. But people protesting outside a synagogue because they're having an auction of stolen Palestinian land. Well, now we need a hate protest law. Whereas all the things that they want to try to make, like this would be illegal, already is illegal. It's just they want to ban protests from being outside of schools and religious institutions, churches, synagogues, mosques, and stuff, regardless of what might be going on in there. You know, if people were harassing worshipers and preventing them from getting in, that's already a crime. You don't need to do this on top of that. More in double standards. How Canada doesn't really care about what Israel does, even to its own citizens. So Israeli settlers attack and rob Italian Canadian volunteers in West Bank. Group beaten in early hours of morning in village where they volunteered to help protect Palestinians from settler violence. Now, do you think our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, has said anything about this? Not that I've seen. It's like, to be fair, I don't... Sorry, I'm catching somebody actually trying to get my attention the correct way by highlighting my name. I'll answer that after I'm done this docket. Just remind me. Drew videos. Yeah, our politicians, like when it comes to Canadians who were killed in bombings in Gaza, when we had aid workers over there, they will say, oh, it's a sad loss of life or whatever, but they don't actually say Israel should stop what they're doing. They don't actually care. When Canadians are even targeted in these things, they don't put out statements. They don't say Israel must stop. They don't do any of that performative stuff. But when, you know, a handful of Israeli soldiers are killed or something, there's tweets and posts and condolences, and their names are listed all over their accounts to show how their sympathies for this horrendous attack of, you know, IDF soldiers, you know, committing war crimes. But a little bit from the article here. Italy and Canada have raised concerns about the treatment of their citizens who were beaten and robbed by Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank. 3 Italians and a Canadian were attacked early on Sunday morning in the village of, I don't know how to say that, near Jericho, where they had volunteered to help protect the Palestinian population from intensifying settler violence. All 4 were hospitalized, and one, an Italian man, was still receiving care in Ramallah on Monday for more substantial injuries. In a written account, the Canadian said at 4:30 a.m. on November 30th, 10 masked settlers, 2 carrying Army-issued rifles, burst into a home where we were sleeping after night watch. They beat us for about 15 minutes. I was repeatedly kicked in the head, ribs, hips, and thighs. They shouted insults at us in Arabic and told us we had no right to be there. They smashed the interior of the house and destroyed the solar batteries before leaving. The woman, who did not want her name published for safety reasons, added, "This is not about us. We were beaten for 15 minutes. Palestinians here endure this violence every day, every hour, 1,000-fold." The pace and intensity of attacks in this area have increased substantially over the past 2 months since the establishment of a settler outpost nearby and the arrival of young, aggressive settlers. Activists say violent incidents have become an almost daily occurrence. Attacks have included settler mobs breaking into homes, beating villagers, stealing 200 sheep, 2 cars, destroying solar panels. While all settlers on occupied territory are illegal under international law, you know how Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney keep on saying, Israel has a right to defend itself, but must follow international humanitarian law. Well, they're not. So what are you going to do about it? Anything? No, nothing. Irregular outposts are illegal under Israeli law. In this area of the West Bank, which means it is meant to be administered by Palestinian Authority and is illegal for Israelis to enter. The Canadian Foreign Ministry said it strongly condemns the violent acts committed by extremist settlers and opposes any actions or talks of annexation of Palestinian territories. Then what are you going to do about it? We have the ability to do something about it. We have the ability to apply pressure. Could we at least stop having land auctions here? Could you make that a thing? Just stop allowing that? No? Just always strongly worded tweets. That's what you get from the Canadian government. The Italian Foreign Minister, Antonio Tajani, told reporters, "We have had enough of this aggression. This is not the way for settlers to assert their rights." This isn't exactly, they don't have the right to harass and assault. The Israeli authorities in the West Bank have been approached for comment. Villagers and activists say there has been no meaningful police intervention to stop the attacks or dismantle the outposts. Leading members of Benjamin Netanyahu's government coalition actively support the West Bank settlers. So, according to UN figures, Israeli settlers and security forces have killed more than 1,000 Palestinians, including 233 children, in the West Bank. Where Hamas isn't a thing. The West Bank. Hamas isn't there. But maybe this was over the past 80 years? No, it was over the past 2 years. 1,000 Palestinians, including 233 children in the West Bank over the past 2 years, have been killed by Israeli settlers. And what is happening? Are any of them being charged? Is Canada applying sanctions? What about BDS? That could be something. How about something more than strongly worded tweets? How about we stop sending them money and weapons? How about we stop supporting them? How about we stop propping them up in the media in statements? How about that? How about insisting that aid gets in? How about insisting that, there's some sort of police force against the Israeli settlers? Anything? We have a lot more power to do something substantive to stop this horrendous violence. And yet this country chooses to do nothing. Other than, add to it by selling weapons and playing cover for them. So over the past 2 years, and what many Israeli and Palestinian observers believe is a concerted campaign of violence aimed at seizing territory. Yeah, I believe it's a concerted campaign of violence too. Let's see. Mala, a Palestinian activist in the organization Faz 3A, which recruits foreign volunteers to help protect Palestinian villages in the West Bank, said in the 2 months since they built a new outpost near the village, they have brought in far-right-wing settlers who are very violent and seem to belong to an organized group because they attack the volunteers in a really organized way. The people there are very resilient and they refuse to leave the area. That's why it's very important to put international volunteers with them. The Canadian volunteer said that despite the attack and her injuries, she felt the presence of volunteers in the area had been valuable. The villagers stood taller while we were present, she said. The children played freely, people slept through the night. That alone made our presence worthwhile. That Canada tends to turn away from, not pay attention to, not say anything about. Because it's not just Israel that Canada kowtows to, it's also the United States. So Carmen here is just saying, imagine devoting your life to law and justice, becoming a judge of the International Criminal Court, then having all of these people, politicians in Canada, do and say nothing when you're under attack. And so here's an article from Al Jazeera, because you're not going to hear too much about this in the Canadian mainstream media. Funny how this isn't really reported on. So, you know, we have to turn to foreign news organizations to actually hear about what's happening to Canadians, because Canadian news ain't covering it. So here Al Jazeera is saying Canadian ICC Judge Kimberly Prost has told Al Jazeera that U.S. sanctions have had a crippling effect on her life. She is one of 9 officials sanctioned by the U.S. for trying to prosecute American and Israeli nationals. Hopefully, Al Jazeera doesn't get too upset that I'm sharing their video and say, ooh, copyright strike. I've been able to share their videos before, so this should be fine.
This Canadian judge is among 9 ICC officials being sanctioned by the United States for investigating and prosecuting nationals of the US or Israel.
And to find yourself on a list that's designed for those implicated in human rights violations, terrorism, organized crime, and you're now on that list for doing your job. My job to serve as a judge of the International Criminal Court. That has an emotional impact, unquestionably, for all of us.
Kimberly Prost was involved in investigations against American soldiers suspected of committing war crimes in Afghanistan. Do you understand?
And where's the Canadian, government saying, hey, America, what are you doing sanctioning a Canadian ICC judge? What are you doing attacking one of our civilians? Could you not do that? Maybe? My computer's acting up really slow.
So. Why you are under sanctions?
That was an important investigation that was applicable to the entire situation, to all of the victims, of potential victims of alleged war crimes, crimes against humanity by ISIS, by the Taliban, by Afghan forces, and yes, foreign forces, and there was an American component. And we authorized that. It was well justified on the evidence, unanimous decision, and for that, I have been sanctioned.
She told me about the impact the sanctions have had on her life.
As I did work for a while in the sanctions field, so I thought I had a good understanding of the impact of sanctions, but until you experience it, it doesn't become real to you. I think it's important to emphasize what a psychological impact it has, how shocking it is for me and for my colleagues. But then there's the wash.
And again, what is Canada doing to protect her or to combat these sanctions? Or to even call up their counterpoints in the United States and say, yeah, don't. Can you stop? Nothing. There's no protection for Canadians being targeted by the US or by Israel.
Of impacts of economic sanctions on your life. Immediately, you have no credit cards. It doesn't matter where they were issued or what bank, because of the control of the Americans over this SWIFT system. It also cripples you in our modern world. How do you order an Uber? How do you get a hotel? How do you do basic transactions, subscriptions?
The Trump administration has threatened sanctions against the ICC, but Pross says the court is resilient and is taking steps to protect itself. The United States has also threatened to impose sanctions on the entire court. Would that be the end of the court?
No, definitely not the end of the International Criminal Court. I'm endlessly confident in the strength of this court. It is very resilient. It will be very difficult. The registrar in particular has worked very hard to put in place measures along with states in order to safeguard and to ensure this court is as protected as it can be.
The ICC, founded in 2002, is the only permanent court for prosecuting international crimes. It includes 125 member states, but not the US or Israel. Prost insisted the sanctions will not affect ongoing investigations. She says,
Funny how a couple of countries that might be guilty of doing like international war crimes don't want to have anything to do with this court.
the court's independence and its pursuit of justice are non-negotiable. But there are concerns that maybe countries here at the ICC, European countries, may compromise even the independence of the ICC to make the United States happy.
I can assure you, we will not have our independence infringed. We will not bow to these measures. So whatever negotiations may go on, they will hit a wall at a certain point when it comes to safeguarding the cases and the work. Most importantly, these efforts to bring justice and accountability for war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide.
Now, Jet, you say Carney isn't speaking up because he wants money from Orange, talking about Trump. The dollar can't stay standard forever, and when does drop watch all the leaders of the world shift to the new currency, so on and so forth. Well, and bad lefty, won't someone think of the American government's feelings? Well, yeah, apparently, yeah. All of that. All of it. Liberals fear closing arms export loophole would anger the U.S. So The Maple is a great independent progressive magazine, so everyone go and read articles from them and support them. But here we have a leaked briefing document gives the full picture behind the government's talking points. So we do have an MP here from the NDP, Jennifer Wan, who is trying to pass a bill that would close the loopholes that allow arms to still be sold to Israel, because we're still selling arms to Israel despite, the foreign affairs minister and the prime ministers, and I say pluralize because this has been going on since Justin Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland, now it's Mark Carney and Anita Nunn, saying, oh, we're not doing it anymore. But there's loopholes that they're taking advantage of. And so an NDP MP wants to close those loopholes. Let's just say the Liberals are a little reluctant for that. So a leaked briefing document gives the full picture behind the government's talking points. A leaked Liberal caucus briefing document obtained by the Maple warned that regulating the flow of Canadian-made military goods to the United States might upset the Americans, resulting in economic blows to Canada and damaging geopolitical alliances. Like that isn't happening already. What, is our relationships with the Americans just so good right now? Like Trump isn't having any temper tantrums and raising tariffs on us for whatever reason. Like we're completely on board. Everything is just so smooth that we don't want to interrupt this at all. We don't want to cause ripples. Yeah, it's like trying to cause ripples in a hurricane is what this is worried about. We're already in a shit relationship with the Americans. Why not have some integrity? Why not have some backbone? So the briefing was prepared in response to Bill C-233, a private member's bill sponsored by NDP MP Jenny Wan, who also obtained a copy of the leaked document ahead of a recent debate in the House of Commons. Bill C-233, dubbed the No More Loopholes Act, proposes amending federal export laws to prevent certain countries from being exempt from permitting requirements permitting requirements and introducing additional regulations and reporting measures for Canadian military exports. Got a crumb of a cookie in my throat. Anyway. Most military exports to the United States currently do not require permits, and researchers have warned that this serves as a backdoor by which Canadian-made military goods are ending up in Israel, which is committing a genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. A recent report, co-authored by Palestinian Youth Movement Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, Arms Embargo Now and World Beyond War, identified hundreds of shipments of Canadian-made F-35 jet or fighter jet components, other aircraft parts, and explosive and flammable materials to the U.S. Facilities that supply the Israeli military. The report also highlights 433 shipments of Polish-made TNT routed through Port Saguenay, Quebec, U.S. Army ammunition points, and make bombs used by Israel in Gaza. The report stated that by deliberately exempting U.S.-bound arms from export regulations and allowing Canadian infrastructure to transport weapons, Canada is circumventing its obligation under international law. The Mark Carney government has not disputed the report's findings. He knows. Israel's genocide in Gaza is not the only reason for concern about unregulated military exports to the U.S. The arms monitoring group Project Plowshares found that Canadian-made sensors were used by the U.S. to conduct illegal airstrikes on small boats in the Caribbean Sea in September. Yes, whenever you see atrocities done by the United States, Canada always has some fingers in there. Like when it comes to the ice raids, when it comes to, strikes of just murdering people on boats in the Caribbean. All these atrocities you see, I guarantee you that somehow there's a Canadian company, lobbying, politician, something is involved with it. All the overseas conflicts you see that the Americans are involved with, so is Canada. We're there together. Because of a decades-old agreement between Canada and the United States, most military goods that Canada sends to the southern neighbor bypass very export controls designed to prevent Canadian technology from contributing to such abuses, the Project Plowshares report noted. This week, the Canadian press reported that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, the vanguard of President Donald Trump's brutal roundup of immigrants, plans to buy 20 Canadian-made armored vehicles. Bill C-233 states that the closing export permit exemptions would more closely align Canada with obligations under the Arms Trade Treaty, which prohibits exports of military goods if there is a substantial risk they could be used to seriously violate human rights or international humanitarian law. But the leaked Liberal caucus briefing note denounced the bill as misguided and claimed it would weaken our alliance and decimate our defense industry. The note read, "Our general exemption with the U.S. is not a loophole. It reflects a unique geopolitical relationship rooted in a shared security commitments, continental defense, like the Golden Dome that Donald Trump wants to make, and decades of military integration. Imposing the bureaucratic red tape envisioned by the legislation would undermine these efforts and make both countries less secure against the threat to sovereignty and stability." Right now, the biggest threat to Canada is the United States. The briefing note also claimed that treating exports to the U.S. as a loophole could strain diplomatic relationships and invites reciprocal action. Such retaliation could dismantle trade, strip Canadian firms of near equal treatment with American counterparts, and force the relocation of businesses lines outside Canada, including by the U.S. Contractors who dominate our production and export capabilities, lost business would be nearly impossible to recoup in other markets. Capitalism before lives. The note claimed that Canadian military exports to the U.S. are permit-free based on the U.S. being a NATO ally with a very similar approach to export controls and practical reality that our defense industries are deeply integrated and interdependent. You know what? I do not want to have a codependent relationship with the United States. Anyway, this is a super long, very good article that I recommend everyone read. So I'm going to toss it into the SandBox for everyone. So you can check it out. And I do recommend that you check it out. Read The Maple for other things. They're a good magazine to get familiar with. Anyway, next we're going to get into the Munk debates that I was talking about, but we're going to take a quick breather before that. So I can close some of these tabs because my computer breathes heavy because I have way too many tabs open and my system isn't big enough for the amount of work that I make it do. So just going to scooch back up in the SandBox eventually when it loads. There we go. Hello, Real John Litham. Oh, right, there's Bad Lefty mocking me on my Just a Tad thing. Okay, yep, saw that. I have this urge. I sit and I have to shift how I sit a lot. And so I cross my legs and I have this urge to use my arm to pull my leg up a bit higher. And I can't do that right now or it's going to be really painful with my wrist. And then I also do this thing where I do this a lot, but I usually put both hands down like that. And if you see me do that right now, I will probably scream out in pain. Oh. Yeah. PSA, everyone. Salt your fucking sidewalks. Let's see. Yeah, I know Drew videos. They're literally arresting pensioners with placards in the UK. Sorry, I find that really cute. Placards. We just say signs. Posters. Like placards just sounds so adorable. I was talking about this, I think, last week, how I can never go to the UK and take anything seriously. Like even if I was being harassed or threatened or something, because the accents in particular, I would just find too adorable that I'd be sitting there giggling the entire time. I love accents. It's an audio thing. I love listening to different accents. I have favorites. And then there are some accents that also rub me the absolute wrong way. But a lot of the UK accents I absolutely adore. So I'm like, I would just be like, I would encourage people. I would push all the buttons just to have them, say fuck off to me because it's just absolutely adorable in those accents. I would not be good there. Let's see. Hello, Yori. Okay, Drew Videos. I saw that you had asked this last week, but I don't think you were still in the SandBox when I got to your question about the monarchy. Yes, I would like to see it abolished. I am too autistic for royalty. I do not see that any one person's value is worth more than somebody else's because they were born into a certain family. Like royalty is an absolutely what's that thing? What's the word? Culturally constructed. That's not the word that I'm looking for, but it's like that when it's a like gender is. For those who are new to the SandBox, this is a game we play all the time because I'll forget the words that I'm trying to say. It is a what's the word? Somebody, by the time I finish scrolling down, have that word for me because then I'll say it again. But yeah, I don't see any significance. I would be fine with Canada separating itself from the monarchy. However, I find it very unlikely that it's going to happen anytime soon. And it's not because there's a lot of people here that are keen to remain part of the monarchy. It would take work. And our politicians don't like that because they would have to write up a bill and put for proposals, and then what would we do afterwards? And then if it's the liberals who are proposing it, then the conservatives will be against it. If the conservatives are proposing it, then the liberals will be against it just because. And it would just be used as suddenly a culture war issue and fighting back and forth and this and that and the other thing. Whereas I'm fairly certain, I haven't done a poll, but I represent all of Canada on this channel anyway, say that the vast majority of Canadians would be fine getting rid of the monarchy here. But I don't believe in royalty anywhere. It makes cute stories, but in reality, it makes no sense to my brain that there are these people put up on a pedestal because they were inbred. We do have 2 houses of parliament, but we do not elect the Senate. The Senate is appointed, so lower and upper house. So we have our MPs, members of parliament. They are elected. Our senators are not elected. I love to excuse me, that's already a crime. I love that sound drop. I need to have it. It's a sound drop. If people are familiar with the Majority Report of somebody who was trying to, who was she mocking? She was she trying to mock? I forget who she was trying to mock, but she was trying to mock someone. And the video was so bad that she took it down because she was trying to mock John Oliver. And she did this crime. It's just so funny. I would love to have that sound drop. I would love to have a soundboard. Because there was recent video with Owen Jones when he went to the labor convention where he was told to be fucked off by one of the lords, that I thought was, I want that as a sound drop when he says fuck off to Owen Jones. But then also when Owen Jones goes, oh dear, when the guy takes his mic, I'm just like, those are the sound drops I want. Let's see, where was it? Oh, I scrolled way back too far. Let's see, where was I? True videos play the Twitter fights first for the Brits, ha ha ha. We'll get to it right after the Munk debates. Hello, Doc Davies. I scrolled way back up. Okay, let's go back down. Oh, there we are. Okay. True videos, those figures are much lower than the true figures talking about the attacks and the murders in the West Bank, and I have no doubt that they are much lower. The figures are much lower than the actual. Same as, the death toll in Gaza. I'm pretty sure you need to add a digit. Like it's horrendously undercounted. And I would also count all the people who have died that would be alive if there was actual medical care and food and supplies and shelter and all that sort of stuff. If all of those things were available, who wouldn't have died? So, there's the violent deaths that are usually the ones that are counted, the ones where they actually have bodies that make it to the hospital. But the people who die of starvation, of disease, of despair, of all of that sort of stuff, that's all counted in my head. True videos, Canada can literally take energy away from the US and kill its grid. Why doesn't it do this? Talked about it before, because Doug Ford did threaten that at some point. It's very complicated. But we do have much more leverage here than Canadians take credit for, in a way, because quite often they'll say there's nothing we can do when actually there is a lot that we can do. It's just, it would mean Canada would have to get a lot more aggressive. And I'd be fine with that. But there is a lot more that we can do to actually hurt the Americans. It's just maybe we're being too polite. We don't want the average American hurt in this, which, you know, it's fine. And ideally, yeah, I'm a bleeding heart socialist softy type thing. I don't want to see, you know, innocent people hurt in this too. It's you know, a tough situation to be in, but we can't let the United States just keep on doing whatever the fuck they want to us either. Oops. Let's see, I was right where my link is. There it is. Yeah, I got to your question, Drew Videos. Yuri, my kitty is recovering. I talked a bit about Frodo at the beginning of the stream. He's recovering from his surgery, but he most likely still has cancer. But you can go back to the beginning of the stream to find out where I talked about him, because I don't want to talk about him too much because it makes me really sad. Also, if I get a lot of love in the stream at the end of it, I'll play the very sweet video of my cat Frodo and why he is worth every penny I've had to, you know, gather for him, spend on him. That cat is the most expensive thing in my life, and he's my world. And I have a little video that I made showing that the day after his surgery. I hit my squeaky chair. Rich P. Oops. Was that the Rich P comment that I was going to get? Rich P. Bad Lefty, I'm more worried about my insurance company selling predictions to the company so they can do targeted ads. Yeah. That's a whole other thing. And True Videos thinks that I should Google London romance accent. You'll think differently. Not all UK, I'll just say not all UK accents are good. A lot of them are. Scottish, favorite, Irish, right up there. Those are the best ones. Yuri Gizm says the French accent is sexy for me. I'm not a fan of the French accent. I do love the Quebec French accent. Québécois. Francophone. That's the accent I like. But I like harsher accents. That's the thing. Like Russian is my favorite accent. Like my favorite accent. That doesn't make me a Russian apologist. But I absolutely, like, that is just it makes my ears drool to hear a nice smooth Russian accent. Social construct, Ethan Dark. Yeah, Bad Lefty. Yeah, you all got it. Okay, got it. Yeah, royalty is a social construct. I see a lot of people got it. Oh. Yes, royalty is a social construct. Okay, I can't spend too much. I love just hanging out in the sandbox, but we still have so much to go over. Let's see. I did not say Irish was British, Rachel Atwood. I like Scottish is my favorite of that side of the pond, followed by Irish. But Russian is my overall favorite accent. Hello, Sandy. I'm glad we're not overlapping on Sundays anymore. I never said Irish is British. I know not to. There's a lot of settler colonial history there. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, I know. Okay. Let's get back to it. So, there's this thing in it's not in Canada per se, it's just a very prestigious debate in Toronto, Canada. And for those who don't know, Toronto is the American capital of Canada. Ottawa is the Canadian capital of Canada. But Toronto is also the biggest city in Canada, so there's a little bit more prestige with things around it, and the University of Toronto and things of that sort, and people seem to take it more importantly or something because, you know, a good percentage of the population in Canada lives in that area. Sorry, I'm just suddenly trying to do the math. It wouldn't quite be 1%, but close enough. So they do these things called Munk debates, apparently, and sometimes they get in the news for being controversial. But then there's also been good ones and bad ones, and if people want to pay me lots of money, we could actually go over one of these videos, but I'd like to have somebody who's a little bit more quick and smart on their feet with it than I am. Part of the reason why I don't like doing response videos is I talk too much. It would just be me talking after every sentence. Anyway, so these are the Munk debates from Wikipedia. The Munk Debates is a semi-annual series of debates on major policy issues held in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. They are run by the Aurora Foundation, a charitable foundation set up by Peter Munk, founder of mining company Barrick Gold, and his wife Melanie Munk. The debate series was founded in 2008 by Munk and Rayard Griffins, who moderate most of the debates. The Munk Debates are held in Toronto at steadily larger venues, and they have proven popular. Tickets are sold to the general public and sell out shortly after being made available. A poll is taken from the audience both before and after each debate. The winner of the debate is determined by how many people are persuaded to move from one opinion side to the other. The debate have been broadcasted on CBC's Radio Ideas and as well as CPAC. The more recent ones have also appeared on international broadcasters, including BBC and C-SPAN. This is the webpage for Munk Debates. And so as you can see, there's this anti-Zionism debate, and that has Mehdi Hassan in it. And that was from April 22nd, 2024. I would like to watch it. The thing is that I would have to pay to see these things. There's clips. Come on, kitty cat. There's clips on YouTube, but I want to see the whole thing. I like watching debates. I'm a nerd. So here is the one that's causing the controversy right now, this one. He knows I'm recording right now. Here we go. But I can't, because I injured my wrist, I can't lift him with this wrist very easily because he's a heavy cat. Say hi to the camera, Abernathy. But he wants on my lap like right now. There we go. And he doesn't sit still. That's the problem. If he were to just jump up and sit still, that'd be fine, but he doesn't do that. And then he wants to chew on the cords and other things that might be on my desk. Come on, there you go. And he's really heavy. Anyway, so yeah, there's been lots of debates. I think I have seen some of them because eventually sometimes they'll get released onto YouTube. I think there was one with Bernie Sanders and healthcare. But, you know, I would actually like to see some of these debates because I'm a nerd. Ugh. But here it looks like that's Ezra Klein. I don't know. Trump's America. Yeah, Ezra Klein. Ooh, Kellyanne Conway. That's who is in that one. But you see, there's this little pay thing. And oh, I would only have to pay $25 for a one-time fee. Become a supporter at $9.99 a month. Become a curator at $29.99 a month. How about people pay me instead? Let's see. So there's the anti-Zionism debate. So I don't know pro-con, pro-Zionism, anti-Zionism. Is that what that's supposed to? Well, I guess Mehdi Hassan would be against Zionism. And I don't know which way. Yeah, I don't know how the breakdown of these polls are. So does this mean that more the pro team, pro-Zionism wins? Like, don't gamify debates. I think that's stupid. But yeah, so those are the people who are in that. But if we go back, Edhu Ulmert and ZP Livin were the two Zionists that were participating in this debate. And also these other two with names I can't pronounce other than Michael, also Israeli. So you have a debate on a two-state solution and no Palestinians on the panel. What could go wrong? Well, the Israelis they included on the panel is what could go wrong. So here Katya is saying, great piece by Catherine Main in Toronto today about the grotesque Israel versus Israel two-state solution, featuring Israeli war criminals. Olmert, who has faced the threat of arrests in Switzerland for alleged war crimes that took place when he was in office. Livin has also a warrant out for her arrest by the UK for alleged war crimes committed during the 2008-2009 Gaza war. Sheikh was refused an Australian visa for speaking tour last year after making comments in support of mass expulsion of Palestinians from Gaza. So just really horrible people. But here's some articles on it. So, pro-Palestinian group seeks to shut down Munk debate on two-state solution. Critics called Munk debate decision to only feature former Israeli politicians obscene. A Munk debate event about two-state solutions to the Israel-Palestine conflict has prompted backlash, with a number of pro-Palestinian groups calling for the debate to be cancelled. It wasn't. The event scheduled for Wednesday evening. Okay, we don't really need that. So no Palestinians participating, a programming decision that has drawn ire from critics. Without Palestinians, this is not a debate, reads a statement from Jews Say No to Genocide. Only Palestinians have a right to define the future of Palestine, not the officials who enforce their dispossession. A campaign organized by Palestinian Solidarity Network is urging Torontonians to send emails to TO Live, the city agency that operates Meridian Hall, as well as Meridian Credit Union, the venue's title sponsor, demanding the debate be shut down. Hassam Kadri, an organizer with the Palestinian Solidarity Network, said over 6,000 emails have been sent since the campaign launched. Those opposing the debate have not received any response to the letters, and the event is expected to move forward, and it did. So I just want to scooch down to more current stuff. So the Munk Debates, which has hosted debates in Toronto since 2008 related to international affairs, did not respond to Toronto Today's request to the backlash. However, Rudyard Griffins, co-founder and chair of Munk Debates, said in a recent podcast that the organizers made a conscious decision to only include Israelis in the conversation. Before we can even enter into negotiation, Israel itself needs to figure out if, when, how, where a Palestinian state could and should exist, Griffin said. That is the debate, in a sense, that has now happened. It's a prequel to a larger conversation. Yes, Israel should be the one to determine what should happen with Palestinians. Yeah, Israel itself needs to figure this out. Sarcasm? Lots of sarcasm. Lots and lots of, okay, no. So arguing in favor of a two-state solution will be Ehud Olmert, Israel's prime minister from 2006 to 2009, and ZP Living, a former Israeli justice and foreign minister. Olmert is an outspoken critic of Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and has accused the current Israeli government of committing war crimes, though he has also faced the threat of arrest in Switzerland for alleged war crimes that took place when he was in office. Livin, who was considered a moderate in Israeli politics, has also had a warrant for her arrest issued by UK for alleged war crimes committed during 2008-2009 Gaza war. The debaters opposing a two-state solution are names, so a former Israeli cabinet minister and Michael, a former Israeli ambassador to the United States, who was later elected to Israel's legislature. Pro-Palestinian groups opposing the event have scrutinized the debate's track record and allege they are war criminals. So there's a few more articles to go over with this particular story, so I'm going to see, this might be too long to fit into the SandBox. Oh, no, it's there. Okay, so this article is in the SandBox so that you can finish reading it at your leisure. But we also have this. This is from The Cradle. Hind Rajab Foundation files complaint in Canada demanding arrest of ex-Israeli officials over Gaza war crimes. And I'm going to try to scooch through this one. Oh, it's a short article, so we'll get through it. Because there's a really big article that we're going to get to next that I will have to pick and choose what parts I actually read. So the Hind Rajab Foundation, HRF, the Canadian Lawyers for International Human Rights, and the Palestinian Center for Human Rights have formally petitioned Canadian authorities to detain former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert and former Israeli Foreign Minister ZP Living upon their arrival in Toronto on December 3rd. You see, Canada really doesn't have a problem letting war criminals in. Because a few weeks ago, I was talking about the former IDF soldier that was going on tour called Combat on Campus. That was a thing. And then he actually physically assaulted some protesters, peaceful protesters. Nothing happened to him, and he was allowed in the country. But if you are a Palestinian in Gaza and you have family here in Canada and you're trying to flee from Gaza, well, that's problematic. That's difficult. If you're a Palestinian trying to flee the horrors of the war that Canada is contributing to, that's problematic. But the war criminals involved with that can come on over. Their joint complaint filed with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, the R surprisingly not standing for racist, and the Federal Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes section sets out violations committed during the 2008-2009 Israeli war on Gaza. The organizations say Canada is obligated to investigate suspects who enter its jurisdiction and are calling for police to open a case and issue warrants for both officials. We're going to get to something from a person named David who made a database. He's made a second database. You really want to stick around for these databases. The organization said Canada, right. As prime minister at the time, Olmert had ultimate political and civilian authority over Israel's large-scale military campaign. The complaint said the operation involved targeted and indiscriminate strikes on civilians, while white phosphorus in populated areas and destruction of home, mosque, medical facilities, and UN schools sheltering displaced families. That sounds familiar. It also cites extrajudicial killings, shooting of Palestinians fleeing or waving white flags, torture of detainees, and obstruction of humanitarian medical access. So this is just stuff that's still happening. Just it's happening now on a much grander scale. But yeah, how things don't change there. Living, who served as foreign minister and sat on the security cabinet, is cited for a role in shaping wartime decision-making and for publicly defending the conduct. She is quoted as saying, "Israel is not a country upon which you fire missiles, and it does not respond. It is a country that, when you fire on its citizens, it responds by going wild, and that is a good thing." Genocide in her eyes would be a good thing. According to the complaint, both officials have access to operational information and endorse the campaign publicly while failing to act on what it describes as credible reports of serious violations. The groups argue that this makes them liable as civilian supervisors under Canada's Crime Against Humanity and War Crimes Act and triggers Ottawa's obligation under Article 146 of the Fourth Geneva Convention to seek and prosecute those suspected of grave breaches inside Canadian territory. Universal judicial jurisdiction exists for precisely these moments, said Henry of one of those organizations, and there one added that war crimes and crimes against humanity have no statute of limitations, urging Canada to act without delay. Both officials have faced similar complaints in all these other places because RCMP has already opened a structural investigation into Israel's genocide war in Gaza. The groups are also pressing Canada authorities to question Ulmer and Living about their knowledge of international war crimes committed during their reign. So, this article from The Grind, I'm going to preemptively toss this into the SandBox because it's really long. But it's really good. Emma VB82, I literally hear her voice in my head when I think about that call, and tears spring to my eyes nearly 2 years after. Yeah, I'm talking about Hin Rajab. And I don't know when the Majority Report showed it, but they showed a trailer of the Hin Rajab movie where they're actually using audio from that phone call in the movie, going over what happened. And I don't think that's something, what happened, I would ever be able to watch. It's just it's too devastating to hear a little girl around the corpses of her family say that she's scared of the dark and she wants somebody to come save her. Yeah, anyway. So lawyers urge RCMP to arrest former Israeli politicians ahead of Munk debates. International lawyers are calling on Canadian police to investigate and arrest former Israeli for that. So a group of international human rights lawyers, the communication viewed by The Grind states that there are reasonable grounds to believe that former Israeli Prime Minister and Foreign Affairs Minister are responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity. When suspected war criminals come to your city, they shouldn't be celebrated or applauded, Henry Off, a lawyer with Canadians for International Human Rights, tells The Grind. They should be investigated and arrested. So the organization is an NGO working to promote international human rights and in connection to Canada. Both those two people who held power roles in Israeli government during Operation Cast Lead have already been subject of criminal complaints internationally. The legal brief points out Canada cannot become known as a safe haven for suspected war criminals, Off adds. The Grind was unable to reach out for the two suspected war criminals for a comment. Filed Wednesday morning, the request was spearheaded by the organizations and so on. So I'm just trying to skip down to more information. So a longtime member of the Knesset, Israel's parliament, Olmert was elected prime minister of Israel in 2006 and served until March of 2009, when he was succeeded by current prime minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In 2014, Olmert was sentenced to 6 years in prison for accepting bribes and for obstruction of justice during his terms as mayor of Jerusalem and as trade minister. ZP Living was one of the most powerful politicians in Israel and served 8 cabinet positions between a bunch of years. She retired from electoral politics in 2019. Both of them were key political figures during the war in Gaza, also known as Operation Cast led, or the Gaza massacre, with Olmert serving as prime minister and Living serving as foreign minister. The war took place following the breakdown of a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Israel's subsequent military invasion of Gaza lasted 22 days, killing between 1,100 and 1,400 Palestinians, including some 300 children, and displacing tens of thousands more. Around 80% of the victims were civilian, according to human rights organizations. 13 Israelis were also killed, including 3 civilians. You notice how that is never mentioned in our Canadian media when it talks about the Israel-Hamas war that started on October 7th when Hamas invaded Israel. They don't include this. That happened, in 2008, 2009. It's almost like history did not start 2 years ago. This sounds like it's been going on for quite some time. But this is never mentioned. The up to 1,400 Palestinians killed in Gaza by invasion of the IDF. That's not talked about. How about the March of Return? That's never talked about either. They don't mention that. They don't mention all the civilians and doctors and the aid workers that were sniped off for trying to just approach the wall. None of that is mentioned. So a war took place following the breakdown. So yeah, including some 300 children and displacing tens of thousands. Around 80% of victims were civilians, according to human rights organizations. 13 Israelis were also killed. In the aftermath of the invasion, the United Nations fact-finding mission and several human rights organizations said that Israel may have committed war crimes and violated the Fourth Geneva Convention in Gaza. The allegations against the Israeli military in Olmert and Living, in particular, were detailed in length in the new 23-page legal communication filed by the RCMP. These include, but are not limited to, the failure to take precaution necessary to prevent civilian harm, deliberate and disproportionate attacks on civilian and civilian property, the use of Palestinians as human shields, collective punishment, and the willful killing and torture or inhumane treatment of Palestinians. All these things that are still happening. Operation Cast Lead was riddled with alleged war crimes, Off tells The Grind, and a lot of the crimes we saw, attacks on civilians attempting to leave their homes, subjecting them to degrading and inhumane conditions, denying them food, water, or sanitary facilities, activities where people are handcuffed, blindfolded, forced to strip, are sort of precursor to what we're seeing in the current ongoing genocide in Gaza. And that's the thing. When they got away with it once, all they did was learn they could do it again. And they start escalating, and they're taking it further and further and further. Those alleged crimes were carried out by the Israeli military. Both Olmert and Living are potentially liable given their positions as both in the government. The international laws, this is known as a breach of superior responsibility, in which civilian superior can be held liable for crimes committed by a subordinate where there is a failure to prevent or punish those crimes. So then it goes into Canada's obligation. As a signatory of the Fourth Geneva Convention of 1949, Canada has an obligation to seek and persecute those suspected of war crimes. I hope they include Justin Trudeau and Mark Carney, Chrystia Freeland and Anita Nunn with that, for sending weapons to Israel, knowing Israel is using them to commit genocide. Moreover, international crimes were codified in Canadian law in 2002, though the Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act, through the Crimes Against Humanity and War Crimes Act, which provides for universal jurisdiction. That means that Canada police can question suspected criminals with approval from Department of Justice and proceed to prosecute alleged perpetrators within its borders, regardless of where the crimes occurred or the nationality of the perpetrator or victim. Given the abundance of evidence of war crimes in Operation Cast Lead, Off says it would be unreasonable if Canada authorities failed to even question Ulmer or Living. Off notes that there are Canadian precedents to draw on, including prosecutions against 2 Rwandans accused of crimes against humanity in their role of the Rwanda genocide, and the upcoming prosecution against members of ISIS for alleged war crimes in northern Iraq. So keep on going down. So backlash to the Again, I recommend you read the whole article. It's really long, and I still have a ton to get through. The Munk debates have hosted semi-annual events in Toronto since 2008. The organization is part of the Centre for Civic Engagement, which is funded by Aurora Foundation, and we already went over that. The December edition of the event was met with heavy backlash after it was announced the debate would be centered on the subject of a 2-state solution with no Palestinians. In a statement, Jews Say No to Genocide said that the topic of the debate is political theater, arguing that the 2-state solution was never a viable path to ending military occupation or apartheid, but was designed to preserve Israeli control, not Palestinian freedom. The advocacy group also pointed out the lineup of speakers, which includes all these people. In response to these critique, Rudyard Griffins, co-founder and chair of the Munk Debates, said that the podcast that it was a conscious decision to only include Israelis in the conversation. Yep, they made it a choice. Yep. Before Palestinians can figure out what to do, Israel needs to be able to tell them what that is. Tickets to Wendy's debate were not originally made available to the general public, gee, I wonder why, but were promoted at a discounted rate to followers of pro-Israel groups, including Honest Reporting Canada. Honest Reporting Canada is about as 1984 as you can get in a title. They're right-wing nonsense, spreaders of misinformation. The Munk debates did not respond to the grant's request for comment. This is not the first year the event has attracted controversy over its chosen speakers. In 2018, the organization invited Steve Bannon, the far-right media executive and former chief strategist for the U.S. President Donald Trump, to debate about liberalism and populism with David Frum, a political pundit and senior editor at The Atlantic. Critics were quick to point out that as chairman of the alt-right news organization Breitbart, Bannon was responsible for fomenting racist, anti-Semitic, and xenophobic rhetoric. And as the speechwriter for then U.S. President George W. Bush, Frum promoted the disastrous invasion of Iraq, reportedly coining the term axis of evil to help justify it. Both have been accused of fueling Islamophobia and anti-Arabic rhetoric. So please go check it out. So Samira is a independent Palestinian journalist here in Canada, saying, to be clear, I purchased 2 tickets and I'm a member of Munk. I was never, the tickets were not available to the public, but you can be a member of this organization to be able to get tickets. I was never provided with an explanation as to why I was refused entry. I've never ever disrupted any event, nor been removed from any event in Toronto. I've attended past Munk debates with 0 issues. And so she was just quote tweeting this. The Munk debate confirms in MP vigilante Aaron Haldita was not there in official capacity. Thus barred an award-winning journalist from entry. I'm not too sure what this part is about, but this is Samira being approached by officials at the Munk debates, telling her she ain't allowed to be there, even though she's a paying member of the organization.
Pardon?
It is our right
Yeah?
to deny entry.
When are you going to give my...
And the drumming in the background you hear are the protests that are going on about this.
ticket back to
We
me?
will refund you. You can email info@monkdebates.com and we will refund you.
Why am I not being allowed in? Why am I not being allowed in? Ticket. Aaron Hadida, Magen Harut, vigilantes, telling the Toronto police what to do. This is amazing. Dude, I bought a ticket.
It's not my event.
You're telling the cops what to do.
It's not my event. I don't know what you're
I'm
talking
here
about.
to cover it. I'm not here to do
Okay.
anything.
I have no idea what you're saying.
You have no idea what I'm
Seriously.
saying.
You walked past me,
What
right?
do you do? Breathe and lie?
But you
I
walked past
watched
me.
you talk to all these people about me.
They don't want you inside.
Well, I didn't do anything.
Okay. Neither did I.
Pardon?
Is that right?
A little bit more from Samira. At the Munk debates, I am a member and purchased 2 tickets. I was told I am not allowed entry. This is your idea of a dialogue in civil discourse. Shameful. So this is what she said after she was kicked out.
Tell me one. So I'm standing outside of Meridian Hall. This is where the Munk debates are supposed to be happening on the 2-state solution. Now, I had purchased 2 tickets, one for myself, one for my partner. I wanted to go in. I am a Munk member. I was flagged by Aaron Hadida of Magen Harut. I saw him tell the Toronto police not to allow me in. Then someone from Live TO came out and said that I will not be allowed into the venue. And they gave me a piece of paper that they said they will issue me a refund. I was given no explanation as to why I was flagged, why I am not being allowed into the Munk debates. I am a Munk member. I am an alumni of the University of Toronto. The Munk debates is the person that they are saying is not allowing me into the venue to cover this tonight. I am floored and aghast that this is what is happening in the city of Toronto. I purchased 2 tickets and I am not being allowed into this venue. And my only crime is covering.
I can't say I'm floored and aghast that this would be allowed to happen in Toronto. Because, what was it, a couple years ago now? I was just randomly covering a story and then it hit home. There was something in it that was like, well, fuck. There was a comedy show that was going on tour across Canada that was raising money for Friends of the IDF. A comedy show in support of genocide to raise money for IDF soldiers. And I saw the poster and I had to do a double take and I had to look at it. And this was in Toronto and there was footage of Judy Gold going to perform at this event. And for those who don't know, Judy Gold used to be semi-regular person on the Majority Report, friends with Sam Cedar. She hasn't been on since. Yeah, I don't think that friendship was sustained after she decided to go on tour across the country to help raise money in support of people committing a genocide. But that comedy event was allowed to go on in Toronto. I can't say I'm surprised that they will allow this Munk debate to go on. That is just offensive in every way possible.
Gaza and Israel's genocide. You can see the abhorrent amount of police that are here for no reason. There is no violence here. If you look here, there's a bunch of protesters and more police. This is a totally sold out night. I wanted to listen to Ehud Olmer, Zippy Livni. I wanted to hear why they are for the 2-state solution. And I wanted to listen to Michael Oren.
Took a while for it to click. Good to know I was not pronouncing their names right. Zippy Livin? Whatever.
And his partner, Ayelet Sheked, to hear why they are against it. For some reason, they are not allowing me into the venue.
And here's just some footage of the protest that was going on. So Noor Dugan is saying human rights lawyers are urging RCMP to investigate and arrest the people alleged in war crimes for tonight's Munk debate. Ahead of tonight's Munk debate in Toronto. Demonstrators, war criminals, arrest them. One would think in a just world that's exactly what would happen. It's like, we need to crack the case, but do we know where they're hiding out? Have you gone to the very public Munk debate event? Maybe it's too obvious, maybe it's like so out in the open. They're like, nah, they couldn't really be war criminals if they were going to this very public event. And just more Torontonians from across GTA protest Munk Debate's decision to host debate featuring former Israel. Okay, yeah. Look at all these police protecting a debate. It's a good thing to know there's no other crimes happening in Toronto that actually matter, that we need to divert funds. Like, that's the thing. Our taxpayer money, especially those in Toronto, is going to things like this. So, you know, in Toronto, it's a good thing like housing was all taken care of and everything else that they needed, because they had the extra money left over to send a whole bunch of police to this. You know, their science center was taken away and they're going to have to pay lots of tax money for that. Their transportation system, all of that. So much of their tax money being spent and things that they've lost. But this is where the government, the city, has figured, well, we can make an exception for this and flip the bill for this, right? We can have taxpayers pay for this, right? Right? So apparently 2 arrested following protests outside Munk Debates featuring former Israeli officials. So 2 people were arrested after a demonstration outside Munk Debate featuring former Israeli officials in downtown Toronto, Wednesday, police say. You know, you really probably should have put former Israeli officials, comma, and suspected war criminals. I think that would put into context a little bit better as to why they were being protested. An Oakville man has been charged with assaulting a police officer, disarming a peace officer, criminal harassment, and uttering threats. Toronto police said in a news statement Thursday. A Toronto woman has been charged with criminal harassment, police said. According to police, the man and woman went to a demonstration outside Meridian Hall near Front Street, where 200 people were protesting. And the police went to the protest. Of course. As officers were directing protesters onto the sidewalk, one person allegedly assaulted an officer and tried to disarm another before fleeing into the crowd. Police allege the man and woman followed a person after they left in the event, and one uttered threats towards that person. At the event, a panel of all Israeli speakers discussed whether a 2-state solution is in the best interests of Israel. At least they were honest with that. No Palestinian voices were included in the debate. It's nice that they actually, like, it's, you know, low bar stuff, but at least they did include that. No Palestinians were included in this debate about a 2-state solution. And is the 2-state solution in the best interests of Israel? Not about the Palestinians, but is it in the best interests of Israel? Anyone with information is urged to shut the fuck up. Okay. Let's go to main shot. So I'm done with the Munk debates. And I'm kind of done with this topic, but we still have the Owen Jones Twitter fight and talking about countries boycotting Eurovision. So Owen Jones Twitter fight with Brianna Wu and Eurovision being boycotted. But I think I want to save that for the end. I want to get to more Canadian politics. Because you know, for all you pawn jumpers who are probably going to bed about now, it just means that you're going to have to come back and watch the live stream later on. It helps with my view count. If you come back and watch the juiciest parts of it later on. But I will share this now, because I was mentioning it a bit earlier. So David Mastra, I don't know how to say his name. He has created Find an IDF Soldier database. And so what he did was he just sourced in publicly available information on Canadians who have served in the IDF and are potentially war criminals. And this was covered even in Israel about how offended they were that, you know, now there's Canadian Israeli IDF soldiers afraid to come home because they might be held accountable for their crimes. And it got a lot of attention. I should probably Google the link to it. But he decided to do something a little more. So I created a database profiling Toronto institution Canadian IDF soldiers attended to get a better understanding of how they portray the Israeli military. The institutions which have charities included schools, a synagogue, and summer camps. Yes, the IDF summer camp. So here, in February 2025, the Maple released Find IDF Soldiers. So that would be this one here. So I will toss this into the SandBox. So you can find IDF soldiers. Again, this is not doxing. This was all publicly available information. An online database with names and profiles of Canadians who have served in the Israeli military. The site, which now contains 206 profiles based entirely on public information, was created to help answer questions such as who Canadians that have joined the Israeli military are, why they made the choice they did, who or what influenced them to do so, and what they did while in the military and how they may feel about it. The site does not accuse these soldiers of having violated any Canadian law or participated in Israeli military crimes. I would imagine most of them have. That's just my opinion. The vast majority of the people on the website were born and raised in Canada and immigrated to Israel later, sometimes with the express intent of joining its military. Yes, if you are going out of your way to join the IDF, you're a sick fuck. You just want to murder. Like you want to be in a video game. That's all. You want to experience the purge, the thrill of killing other humans. It's gross. You are a weak, pathetic person who just feels the need to gain superiority, a sense of superiority through violence. So some of them have stated that at least part of the reason they did so was because of their experiences at institutions in Canada. GTA to IDF is a new project from the Maple's opinion editor, David Matras, dedicated to learning more about these institutions in the Greater Toronto Area, specifically what they've had to say about Israel and its military. Canada is a significant contributor to lone soldiers to the Israeli military. These soldiers have come exclusively from Canada's Jewish communities, as they are only ones able to immigrate to Israel solely on the basis of their ethno-religious background. As of 2021, about half of Jewish Canadians live in Toronto. The IDF Soldier Project found that the average lone soldier is most likely to have grown up in a Greater Toronto Area neighborhood with larger than average proportion of Jewish residents in what they describe as Zionist households. This is what the GTA has selected as geographical area for the project. So you can go find more information about this. So on this website, you'll find a directory of the institutions, including a project and profile page for each, a table listing the institutions and military members associated with them, and a page containing links to any relevant articles about the project from the Maple. So also here, all information on this website has been pulled from public sources, including websites, social media accounts belonging to those institutions, news articles, and the Canadian Revenue Agency. This information isn't being collected and republished here to encourage any harassment of the institution's names. We're also not accusing the institutions of having recruited or facilitated the recruitment of Canadians into Israeli military. So this will be tossed into the SandBox. Okay. So like I said, I will be, I think also just depending on my energy level, going over the Owen Jones, Brianna Wu Twitter fight and the people boycotting Eurovision. The country's boycotting Eurovision. But let's going to want to talk about Alberta next. Okay. So let's check the SandBox and see what people are up to. Yes, time zones are a bit of a pain for the pond jumpers, but like I said, you'll just have to come back and watch the end of it to find, because I am too overwhelmed right now to do clipping. But hopefully once I get a side project, a massive side project out of the way, I'll be able to go back to clipping my live streams and stuff. Let's see. But welcome, the Wild West and B-Cat. Rachel Atwood, hello. I don't know if I've said hello to you yet. Oh, I'm scrolled all the way back up. Yes, when I do this, it's because I'm eating cookies on camera, and I don't like people seeing me chew. And I'm promoting my book, Necroplasm, available on Amazon as an ebook or a paperback. Recently, 2 pages have been read on the KN pad or whatever it is that Amazon uses. Whole 2 pages. I made a cent. 1 penny that don't even exist in Canada anymore. Please read my book. I guess it's just sad that they read 2 pages and didn't get back to it. I don't, like, I understand why they have, like, how many pages were read if you get the ebook type thing. It's just, it's kind of depressing that they gave up after 2 pages, because the book is set up that if you have the special whatever account with Amazon for ebooks, it's free to those people who subscribe to that. And so, like, even free, get 2 pages read. Yeah. I like to think my book is better than that. I live in my book. I can't wait to... You see, that's the thing, that once I'm done my other project that I've been, you know, working on for about a year, I'll be able to start clipping again. But I'm also getting back to that book, the sequels and the prequels, and I cannot wait. I was thinking about that when I was out walking before slipping and falling and almost breaking my wrist. Miss Blue Ocean, Sandy, I understand. I've got 7. I'm trying to keep hard to keep them healthy with the best of everything so I don't have vet bills, but I feel for you. Talking about my kitty cat, Frodo. Oh, talking about if Irish was British or something. Okay, yeah. So I went way back. And I did not say that. Okay, I went way, way back. Okay. I love to visit the UK in general, though. Yes, Abernathy is a big, gigantic kitty cat. Lanier is a small, whiny kitty cat. He's a orange striped kitty. He cries and screams to play, not for treats, but to play. He's a very active kitty, and there's a cupboard that I keep some of his favorite toys in because I can't leave them out, because if I did, he would just destroy them. So I keep some of his favorite toys in a cabinet, and I have to keep it locked with bungee cord because they'll get into it if not. And if I walk near those cupboards, he'll start coming over and screaming at me to get the toys out to play, and he'll try crawling up my leg and stuff because he just wants to play. He's a very active kitty, but the more I've been trying to play with him more, like at least daily, a couple times a day, that seems to be helping a lot more with his behavioral issues. But I might need to get him a playmate, another hyper cat, which is not something I want necessarily, but it might help him. Ride Feather. Ooh, I've just Googled around and I think someone uploaded the full thing on Daily Motion, LOL. Talking about the Munk debate. Yori saying, I am biased. I live in South France for 3.5 years and have not heard French Canada very well. Yes, I do like the Quebec accent. It's much harsher than I used to be able to do the 2 accents. I can't right now without looking like a moron because I can't do the Quebec French one anymore. But the France accent I can do a little bit of, where it is a lot more sophisticated, huh? Whereas the Quebec accent is much more harsh, which I totally did not do properly. But it's more like, you know, the French go, oui, we are France. Whereas Quebec, it's like, wah. They go, wah. I love the Quebec accent. Hello, Sandman. Welcome to the SandBox. Let's see what people are saying. Jet, I vastly misunderstood what Munk was referring to. Wasn't that a TV show once too? Yuri Hinrujab car that she was in, the IOF soldiers in the tanks shot the car with 334 tank bullets. Yeah. There was a Palestinian festival in my area over the summer. That's where I finally got my keffiyeh. I got a keffiyeh from that festival, of authentic keffiyeh. And they had an exhibition on too where they had a car that was all banged up and had 334 bullet holes in it. Well, holes, not bullet holes, but holes representing the bullet holes in the car and stuff. And it's just, you look at that and it's like, it's covered. Like, it's just, yeah. And then they also said, oh, you can come over here and listen to the audio. I'm like, no, thank you. I'm just, again, there's some footage that I'm already on the side of this is a genocide. It's horrific and it is tragic beyond belief and imagination, and just the fact that this was allowed to happen, the sociopathic nature of the IDF and what they do, and I just, oh. Rachel, again, how did they not anticipate backlash to this event? Oh, I'm pretty sure they knew there was going to be backlash, and it helps promote it. And oddly enough, legitimize it. Because that's all that debate does, is legitimize a bunch of Israelis talking about a two-state solution without Palestinians. That it's somehow okay, which is not. Hello, Soul Life. Or I guess accidentally came across my stream. Soul Life, I signed Bad Lefty MR petition to bring Judy Gold back. I'm hoping that's sarcasm. The only time I would ever want to see her back is if her and Sam Cedar were to really. So we're talking about why you're a Zionist, Judy. But in no other context would it be okay. And I think they know. I think, well, that's the thing. Like, it's a personal relationship to Sam. He's lost a friend probably. So I don't want to demand anything from him, like state your opinion on Judy Gold and stuff like that, because he's probably hurt by her reaction in finding out who she really is. Hello, reference frame. I'm also fine with abolishing the monarchy, or at the very least having Canada abandon this tie to colonial past. That was, yeah, a while ago. Yeah. Robbins. Davina Robbins. Davinia Robbins. Won't be long before heading off to bed. Yep. I'll have to come back to see me talk about Owen Jones and Eurovision. Oh, Rachel, Brianna Wu doesn't, she's not talking about Eurovision. I just wanted to go over her and Owen Jones having a Twitter fight and the issue of, or the thing about some countries boycotting Eurovision. Two separate things, but both kind of related to Zionism and Israel, Gaza stuff. But Brianna Wu was just being a Zionist, and Owen Jones was pushing back. I'd love to see that debate. Ride Feather, I should probably sleep soon. You do make a good point. I am dopamine farming politics special interest from experiencing the Canadian perspective. Still got a lot more to go on. We're going to be going to Alberta and then Ontario. Talking about them. Oops. Miss Blue Ocean, I need to order Paperback again. I want it for my daughter for Christmas, and I don't want to give up my copy. Why? Thank you. Talking about my book. I love it so much. I can't wait to get back to it. Oh my God, I would love to talk about it. Maybe during my Christmas live stream I will. I don't know what time my Christmas live stream will be on. I was invited to a Christmas dinner by somebody who knows how to cook really well. So I'm very tempted to go to that, but I'd be kicked out of the house at 8 because Stranger Things season 5 or whatever is coming on, and he's a diehard for that. So so I'm thinking I might do 2 streams that day, like one earlier in the day, one later in the evening, because I like to do streams on Christmas for all of us Christmas misfits who are missing out on our regular programming because all of our regular shows tend to take the time off the holidays. I don't need to. So I'll do that. Miss Blue Ocean, I've been saving the book to read when I'm not busy and a snowy day and I need to just clear some time and read. I need to get out of all the constant barrage of bad news. I think part of my book might be very cathartic. I'm just saying. Yuri, Sandy, my kids are getting your book for me for Christmas. Oh, nice. Don't worry, at some point, again, when I'm done my fucking TYT video essay, not only will I be getting back to the sequels and the prequels of the book, but I'll also do the audio video, me sitting in front of the camera reading my book. And that will be made available to patrons and subscribers. But if you're broke, let me know and I'll send you a link because I don't want people to miss out. Okay. Getting through this. Okay. Hello, PB. I want to shift around in here, and I'm so tempted to just go boom with both my wrists and then scream out in pain. The Wild West, there's a bad lefty and a bad lefty. Confusion, anarchy, kind of like with Sandy and Sandy. Sandy Y, Sandy EE. Miss Blue Ocean versus LeftoftheBox or Environmental Coffee House. Yuri Owen is brilliant, but look when he has been on Piers Morgan, his ADHD kicks in, so he doesn't do that much. He leaves up to people like Mehdi. I wish P. Moron would have met Kenda from Palestine Deep Dive. Yeah, Owen's talked about his ADHD. So life, Fauci ouchie? No, this is somebody not bothering to salt their sidewalk ouchie. I nearly broke my wrist. It's apparently just a severe sprain, but I have to kind of keep it straight because it still hurts. Almost a week later, I can't put any weight on it. And I have to sleep with a brace so that it doesn't bend in the wrong way while I'm sleeping. And yeah, I might have to go in for secondary x-rays to see if there's a hairline fracture. Anyway, let's get back to some of the news. You know what? I haven't done this in a while, so I'm just going to do this. Because we're about to talk to Alberta, but I haven't done this in a while, so here we go.
Today in Canadian news.
Yes, today in Canada news. So, a little while last week, I think I was talking about the UPC, United Conservative Party of Alberta convention. So right now, Danielle Smith, who is the leader of the Conservative Party of Alberta, will remain as leader. Yeah. And there was a convention to go over which policies and stuff that they want. Now, what they vote on there doesn't necessarily mean anything except when they do try to make it into policy. It's just where the party stands on certain positions. So they voted on this and now they're trying to do it like they have with many other things, especially with trans folks and how she uses the notwithstanding clause to strip away their rights. But I did go over it last live stream, so you can always get the quick notes on that about how they're restricting access to reproductive care, how they want to take the fluoride out of the water, and all sorts of horrible, horrible things. But here we have one that just went through that already. Danielle Smith is saying, do you know what? Let's just make this into a policy. So Sherry DeNovo says, Alberta is becoming Texas in real time. Stop them, Mark Carney, please. Oops, there's that pesky MOU. So Memorandum of Understanding that Mark Carney recently signed with Danielle Smith about pipelines and polluting. He went behind the back of the Premier of BC to sign a Memorandum of Understanding with Danielle Smith about their joint interest in violating the rights of the First Nations and of the BC Prime Minister and and destroying potentially very sensitive coastline that has been banned from barges going on because in the one strait, it's fairly shallow and it gets a lot of storms to the point that the waves will actually expose the sea floor. And do you want an oil tanker on that to suddenly just smash down onto the sea floor? Would that be, and then having it swash back and forth between the island and the coastline? Like this, none of that. And it's for bitumen, which is not good either. So she's all buddy with Mark Carney now. So if there's anything that the federal government is supposed to crack down on when it comes to Alberta, do you really think they're gonna? Like, I mean, they haven't really been doing it much in the first place, but do you really think they're gonna? So from Danielle Smith, breaking, I just announced that our government will introduce a motion under Alberta sovereignty with the United Canada Act next week. This motion will protect lawful gun owners from improper seizure and prosecution and ensure Albertans can protect their homes, family, and property. Alberta refused to enforce the federal gun seizure program. Yeah, we're just not going to follow federal rules. We're going to refuse to follow federal guidelines, federal rules, even though, you know, that's part of being in the country. You kind of have to. Albertans can legally defend their homes and families from home intruders. You already can. You can. I've gotten a lot of backlash for saying you shouldn't be allowed to murder people simply for coming onto your property, and I stand by that. But nowhere did I say you cannot defend yourself. You can. You can defend yourself on your own property. You can even have lethal defense on your property. You know, you can accidentally kill someone, and I would still most likely, in most situations, let it slide. But you are not allowed to just outright murder people. I wish that wasn't a hot take, but apparently it is. And so basically, we're talking about cases where you knock someone out when they enter your home. They're down on the ground. You then don't get to go to your kitchen cabinet, pull out the biggest knife you have, and start slicing them open. It's not how it works. You're not allowed to just murder someone. You are allowed to injure and even take a life in self-defense if it is proportionate to the threat. And I do take into account adrenaline and things of that sort. I do. But this idea that you can't legally defend yourself, you can. It's the thing, you can. Anyway, but just, yeah. Most of the time in Canada, we try to stay away from the guns rights debates because we don't want it to be a thing. We don't want it to be a cultural thing where that's all people are focused on. I'm glad we have strict gun control. I'm glad that it's a lot harder to get guns in Canada, that certain types of guns aren't allowed, because it's not a right, as much as the Americans want to claim it is, to have weapons of murder. Like, the sole point of a gun is to kill things. A knife has multiple uses. A gun, you're just using it to kill people. Kill and injure people. Civilians shouldn't have that. Hot take, I know. Civilians shouldn't have guns. Most police shouldn't have guns either. There just shouldn't be guns. I'm anti-gun. Anyway, more in Alberta. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith says courts should not be gatekeepers on independence questions. Judge says Friday proposed independence referendum would be unconstitutional. So, Danielle Smith, who definitely is Canadian and wants to keep Alberta Canada, has done everything possible she can to allow a referendum to happen in Alberta, which would be about Alberta staying in Canada or not. But the catch is, it don't matter what she thinks. It don't matter what a referendum comes back with. Alberta cannot separate from Canada. It's not a thing because the land does not belong to the province of Alberta. There were treaties between First Nations and the Crown, not First Nations and the province of Alberta. So they can't. They just can't. And the courts are recognizing that. And because the courts are recognizing that, Danielle Smith is calling them gatekeepers. And one article headline was saying, that the courts shouldn't be gatekeepers on constitutional issues. That's exactly what the courts should be doing. That's part of their job, is to be gatekeepers on constitutional issues. That's their job. It's their job to interpret the Constitution for law. Not Danielle Smith. She doesn't get to do that. The courts do. But she's mad because the courts ruled in a way that she doesn't like. So therefore, they're gatekeepers. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith says anyone seeking an independence referendum should not have gatekeepers like the courts standing in their way. Those pesky courts always ruling in ways that are constitutional. Darn it. Smith was asked about the independence question Saturday on her radio call-in show. Yes, the Premier of Alberta has a radio call-in show that she does weekly. I really need to get that number and call in. Anyway, I'm sure they're screened, so I'd have to think of a cover to get in. Anyway, weighing in for the first time after her government proposed legislation that would grind to a halt an ongoing court case over proposed provincial vote to leave Canada. She said giving Justice Minister McKinney Amory the power to be permissive about referendum questions, which is included in the new legislation, upholds democracy. Whether it's the Chief Electoral Office or the court, they seem to want to approve the ones they like and hold up the ones they don't like. And that's not democracy, Smith said. Yes, the courts tend to approve the ones they like because that's constitutional. That's what the courts do. They uphold things that they like because it's constitutional. Or they approve. They approve constitutional things and hold up. That's their job. That's their job. Her comments come a day after Alberta Justice Colin Felsby said a separatist referendum question would go against the Charter First Nations treaty rights and the province's existing referendum law. So those are all the things that it would go against, but Danielle Smith says the courts are being gatekeepers. The separation question was referred to by the courts by Alberta's Chief Electoral Office, Gordon McClure. This summer, McClure said that at the time that he was just following the rules laid out for him, but Smith's government criticized him for creating red tape. How dare! How dare! This is so ridiculous. All this fight for something that cannot happen. Felsby said in a Court of King's Bench decision Friday that Smith's United Conservative government proposed law to change the rules in the middle of the game is undemocratic and undermines the administration of justice. Smith, however, said Saturday that citizen-initiated referendums were never meant to have a pile of gatekeepers holding them back. New bill would make judge ruling moot. So the UCP's bill tabled Thursday would make Thesby's court decision moot should it pass into law. And so, yes, she's looking for ways to just bypass actual law by pushing and making new legislation. Anyway, the breakdown is pointing out breaking. The day after the UCP attempted to stop the courts from issuing ruling, the courts have ruled. And the only rule, and not only ruled the question is unconstitutional, but separation requires consent of First Nations. Post that up on screen. You can read that. My throat is starting to get really tired and I still have a long way to go. But yes, trying to separate from Canada would definitely require the consent of First Nations, period, which Danielle Smith would not get. Also, not only have the courts ruled that separatist referendum is unconstitutional and that separationism would require the consent of First Nations. A scathing epilogue directly called out Alberta trying to legislate away the court's ability to issue a decision. Yes, Danielle Smith is getting a little too cozy with that notwithstanding clause. So late yesterday afternoon, Alberta wrote the court to advise Bill Justice, among other things, seek amend, blah, blah, blah. The proceeding continued today because, okay, it's just these get really wordy and I'm already wordy enough. But you can freeze the screens and read them there. But it's a lot of court talk lingo that, yeah. Anyway. And then Nate Pike, who is part of the breakdown, points out it takes a special kind of hubris to put down in writing multiple paragraphs that one of the biggest motivators in using the notwithstanding clause to shut down a strike was to prevent arbitration. Now, this is about Danielle Smith's use of the notwithstanding clause to force the striking teachers back to work. Well, apparently, from the DMs, UCP MLA says via email that the decision to use the notwithstanding clause was not just about getting students into classroom, which is what Danielle Smith was trying to claim. It was harming the students. The students are the priority. Nope. The UCP were worried that arbitration would cost them hundreds of millions, potentially billions. Oh my God, if we had to settle with the teachers, they might actually get a fair deal, which means we actually have to pay them. So we might as well just use the notwithstanding clause to take away the rights. And this is in an email from an MLA, a conservative MLA. So Martin Long. The notwithstanding clause is a tool that is built into the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Charter. You cannot go against the Charter by using the Charter. Before taking this course, Alberta's government carefully examined every available option. This was not a decision made lightly. Binding arbitration would have extended the dispute and delayed the return of students to classrooms. Yes, negotiations would take a while. It would have placed major financial decisions about Alberta's taxpayers' dollars in the hand of an unelected third party. That's how arbitration works. Albertans elected this government to make reasonable choices, not to delegate them. In practice, an arbitrator would likely have sought a middle ground between two proposals, sounds about right, leaving taxpayers on the hooks for hundreds of millions, potentially billions in additional costs. If that's the middle ground to what teachers need to be paid, that's not looking good for what Alberta and how they're treating their teachers. And even if binding arbitration has been pursued, there's remained a real risk that classrooms could close again once talk shifted to local bargaining. By invoking the notwithstanding clause, we are ensuring that will not happen. We won't have to negotiate and stuff. That there will not be further labor disruption at any level for the remainder of the agreement. In short, the use of the notwithstanding clause is the only reasonable course to guarantee stability, protect students, and prevent further harms to Alberta's kids. That's not how it works. And so here, when this person was asked about the leaked email from the Martin Law stating that part of the reason for revoking the clause was financial, well, yeah, but we also don't want to be accountable to anyone who isn't elected, is what this MLA said.
there's a leaked email from Martin Long circulating online, and in it he says, regarding the teachers' strike imposition of back-to-work legislation, in practice, an arbitrator would have likely sought a middle ground between the two proposals, leaving taxpayers on the hook for hundreds of millions, potentially billions in additional costs. And that's why they had to use the notwithstanding clause. So where is he getting this information from? Did you have some kind of analysis that going to arbitration was going to cause some huge spike in costs for education?
Well, I would encourage you to chat with him, of course, directly about his comments. I know that when we look at the notwithstanding clause and the rationale for implementing it, is quite simple, which I think Minister Long is getting at with respect to his comments there, which is that the elected leaders of this province and the Legislative Assembly need to be the ones to make the final decision, especially on something that can have significant...
No, they should not. The courts are the ones that are supposed to be making the final decisions on laws. The courts, that's their job, and it's supposed to be separate from the legislative branch. We have a separation, a three-way separation, judicial, legislative, and whatever the other one is. But they're supposed to be separate.
Significant policy and financial implications. Those final decisions should rest with elected officials and not unelected individuals like an arbitrator.
Just outright saying it. Judicial, legislative, something else. There's a third branch of government there. Anyway, moving on to health care. In Alberta. So, Raghu, who's usually comments mostly about Ontario stuff because he's in Ontario, says, regular Albertans gathered to hear sabotage happening of our public-funded healthcare system. Thank you to This Is Me for sharing, this person for speaking up for the regular people. And so Cassandra, who This Is Me, Cassie, I went to the Friends of Medicare Town Hall in Ponoka today. Yes, I literally drove 4+ hours round trip from Calgary, and it was absolutely worth it. What shocked me was hearing regular people in that room calling out exactly what's happening in our healthcare system. They see the hijacking. They see the politics. They know they're being failed, and they weren't angry activists. They were just everyday Albertans saying the same thing many of us talk about here. Then you need to quit voting for the Conservatives. The Conservatives are responsible for this. The Conservatives have been in charge for Alberta for decades minus a few years that the NDP was in charge of. All the healthcare crumbling is the fault of the Conservatives in Alberta. Same as Ontario. We'll get to that in a bit. So Dr. P. Parks isn't being political. He is sharing straight facts from inside Alberta's healthcare system. This isn't left versus right. It's about whether our families can get care when we need it. And so P. Parks is, as my computer takes time to load up, an emergency physician, public health advocate. You have to kick in the darkness until it bleeds daylight. So if you get the chance to go to one of these forums, go. Honestly, it's powerful, it's real, and every Albertan should hear what's being said. He's simply asking for the call to action of talking to each other and actually talking facts and asking yourself what you want in your healthcare system. What are you voting for? I'll post a few videos from today's session. So here's one of those videos.
Or those people can't work those people get fired. Or those people can't work in the system anymore. Or what's happening even more that you should be outraged about. Every Albertan here should be outraged is that they're not listening to experts now, but what they're doing is talking to consultants.
Let's pump up the volume a bit.
And they're going to consultants, and I will tell you, I've thrown this number out, we can't get it. They can't get a FOIA, can't find the numbers, but they're spending over $1 million a day on consultants. Like I'm talking $300-400 million a year since they came in on consultants. So why should you be outraged? One, they're going to non-experts that are not even, a lot of these consultants are in Montreal or in other places, but in addition, they're not on the front lines, they don't see what we're seeing, they're not listening to experts, but in addition, that's $300-400 million a year they're not using on your care. Those people get fired?
And here's another one. So, she says, I honestly don't know how anyone can watch Dr. Paul Parks and not feel furious. This government is spending millions on these so-called committees, and the people actually know what's going on. The frontline doctors, the senior medical staff, decades of real experience aren't even invited to the table. They don't want to hear from the experts living in the collapse every day. They don't want to hear from people desperately trying to hold the system together. Dr. Parks is right. Alberta should be outraged. Because of this, our money and our healthcare and our future, they're messing with. And his line, people don't know what they have till it's gone, is being massively underestimated. We are watching it disappear in real time, and far too many still don't realize what that means.
And smaller sites like this is that it sounds trite, but people don't know what they've got until it's gone. And we're seeing more and more, you guys have a really, you're starting to build up some more family physicians coming here. You've got a hospital, you've got services, but you can imagine if that vicious cycle went the other way, where there's not enough to cover the emergency department, and then we lose some more services, and then that hospital closes. So everybody in this community has to travel maybe to Lacombe or Red Deer or Camrose. That's happening across all of Alberta in many places with nobody discussing it. And smaller sites like
If my channel accomplishes nothing else, the one thing I wanted to do is to make Canadians aware of what's happening to our healthcare. It's like one of the primary things of my channel. But it's not just, Ontario and Alberta that sucks for this. There's another conservative government in Saskatchewan run by Scott Moe. I don't know if much of this will be blocked out later on because for some reason they love to play music over top of these things, and they didn't need to. It's already sad enough what this, I think they're MLAs in MLA in Alberta, in Saskatchewan is saying. It's already sad enough. You don't need to add the sappy music to it. I'm just saying, you don't. So Carla here is just saying, and she's leader of Saskatchewan NDP and MLA for Regina Lakeview, saying Susie, I don't know how to say her name, could no longer speak or walk and hadn't eaten for days. She was begging for a feeding tube. The so-called Dr. Goodenow Restorative Health Center in Moose Jaw, where she was staying, wouldn't do it. Out of desperation and to cover the $84,000 USD fee to receive care, she put her house up for sale. Eventually, she rented an ambulance and left the center for a hospital in Montana. She died there alone and scared. This is a horrific tragedy. It warrants a full investigation from Scott Moe and his Minister of Health. We have to do something to ensure this never happens again. The so-called free healthcare in Canada has loopholes that predatory clinics take advantage of. And this goes into like the private profit system, private public systems that we have, where if you want immediate care, appropriate care, you have to pay or go to somewhere else and pay. But this is the story.
I recognize the member from Regina Wall Shakers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Susie Silvestri could no longer speak or walk and hadn't eaten for days. She was starving to death and begging for a feeding tube. But the Dr. Goodenow Restorative Health Center in Moose Jaw, where Ms. Silvestri was staying, wouldn't do it. She died alone, scared. She texted her brother and said, quote, "This is not what I ever thought my life would look like at this point," end quote. Will the minister investigate this horrific mistreatment? Yes or no?
I recognize the member from Regina Wall Shakers.
To be clear, Mr. Speaker, the answer was no.
Yeah.
Dr. Goodenow claims to have a 100% success rate when it comes to treating ALS patients, yet Ms. Silvestri died. Her brother said, quote, "I think they just robbed her." And the ministry won't do a thing. This is a private, unregulated facility in Moose Jaw. Former Saskatchewan Deputy Minister of Health Dan Florazine says Saskatchewan is the Wild West when it comes to healthcare oversight. What is the minister going to do right now to ensure something like this never ever happens again?
There should be no private clinics in Canada. Full stop. None. Our healthcare should be universal and comprehensive. This should have never happened. Never.
In Saskatchewan.
I recognize the member from Regina Wallshakers.
Miss Silvestri died, Mr. Speaker.
Keep going.
Miss Silvestri died, Mr. Speaker. She was so desperate that she put her house up for sale to try and pay Dr. Goodnow because he refused to treat her until she paid. This is Saskatchewan, the birthplace of Medicare, and we brought forward these concerns back in June, and the minister did nothing. Miss Silvestri's death is an absolute horrific tragedy. If the minister won't investigate this tragedy or take the steps to ensure it never happens again, will the Premier?
Hear, hear, hear.
Yes, I'm munching on cookies while we're doing this. Because I went to a Christmas fair Christmas market, and I got the cold pack that I can actually wrap around my wrist there, because they can be used for cold or heating, and a lot of people like to get heating packs right around now, but I wanted one that I could use as a cold pack that could actually wrap around my wrist. And of course, when you go to these Christmas type markets, there's always people selling fresh baked goods like cookies. And it's oatmeal peanut butter cookie. That's really yummy. Yeah, that music was really not needed for that video. Anyway, let's check the SandBox, and then we'll get on to Ontario. I might need another drink, though. The crumbs in that is really bugging my throat. And then I can go get my cooling pack again and wrap it around my wrist. Hello, Manoop. Okay, I think that's where I was. Yes, bad lefty. I was vaxxed, and now I have a sore wrist, which has nothing to do with somebody not salting their sidewalk. Landed so hard on that. I swore it was broken. Like, I was in kind of shock. The pain was really bad. Like, the next morning I went to the hospital because the pain woke me up. Okay, I'm seeing like a lot of bullseyes and eyes and things, and I don't know what people are talking about. Oh, okay, there we go. Bad lefty. How radical, Sandy? Maybe don't work peeps. Trick or... Yeah. Talking about my take on you're not allowed to murder people just because they're on your property. Yes, La Wild West. I'm a woke leftist against murder. It's such a ridiculous argument. And there were sometimes I wanted to get back to some comments. One comment was left not too long ago, long after the video was posted. And I'm just like, did you not? Well, obviously they didn't actually watch the video. Or if they did, their ability to comprehend what they're hearing is, if it's that low, you shouldn't be watching my channel. Go watch whatever that toilet kid show is. I don't know. There's a toilet kid show, isn't there? Like, go watch something like that. But don't watch my stuff if your comprehension level is so low that you somehow think I'm pro-murder because I'm against murder. That being like, no, if somebody breaks into your property, they should just be allowed to murder you because I say you shouldn't be allowed to murder them. That's not what I said. Don't clip me, as they would say, but nobody actually. I've never come across anyone clipping my content. So I'm pretty much free to say whatever the fuck I want. Be wild the day that I actually get somebody making a video based on my content. Okay, I guess I've been clipped by 2 people, technically. But that was to back up their points. Mike Figueredo and Jeff Wiggins. They've included snips of my videos in theirs. Got a massive boost on my channel when Mike Figueredo did it. Be nice if he actually invited me on his channel for a chat. Just saying. I'm still looking for the day where I get to go on a channel that's bigger than mine. Jet, LOL, Danielle Smith. Laws weren't meant to be laws. You can't enforce them because they were mean to be enforced. Meant mean? Yeah. The reference frame. Wow, for once we will get consent from First Nations. I will believe it when I see it. Well, I think this is the time that they actually care about consent from First Nations because it goes in the favor of not separation. I'm pretty sure if the First Nations suddenly said, do you know what? We're on the side of Danielle Smith and we want to separate from Canada. I get the feeling then the courts wouldn't be so interested in their opinion. Jet, how about this? If there's a backdoor for one leader to circumvent the will of the people, it's not a good system. Yeah. I am fine getting rid of Section 33 and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is the notwithstanding clause. It should not be in there, period. Like, just done. Get rid of it. Oh, but they can't do that because if they try to do that, then the provinces would whine and cry. And it's like, fuck them. Like, seriously. They're babies. They're all babies. It was included because the leaders of the provinces were babies. And it's like, no, just because you want to have a temper tantrum doesn't mean you get to violate the rights of people. The notwithstanding clause has to go. Executive. That's what it is, Soul Life. Executive, judicial, and legislative. PB is thanking me for something, but I don't know what it is. So Life, I saw an interview with a Somali that voted for Trump, and that the entire logic was he's thrown wrench into the machine that's harming us. Derp. Yeah. Let's see. You see, these cookies are evil because once you're done one, it leaves this taste in your mouth of like, you actually want to eat more. So I'm going to run out of them soon. Let's see. Where was I? It jumps. It jumps sometimes. How much did it jump? Because I'm not okay, there, I recognize that one. Okay. Ah. Boku. The music wants to be Hans Zimmer circa Interstellar for free. Timu Interstellar. Yeah. Those were soft cookies, Soul Life, so you wouldn't be hearing me chew them. Let's see. Beak, sorry about your wrist, Sandy. Wrist pain, especially hard to deal with. Yeah. Talked about it a bit more at the beginning of the stream. You can go back and check it out, but I will be knocking on the house tomorrow again. I tried yesterday. Nobody was home, so I'll try again tomorrow to be like, yeah. I'd like for you to cover the cost of the brace that I had to get. Seems only fair. It's not like it was much. It was only $40 because I got it from a pharmacy. But it is absolutely desperately needed because, especially right afterwards, moving my wrist at all. Like the day after, I woke up the next morning because of the pain. And I could not move my wrist at all. So having it in a brace would just prevent it from accidentally getting knocked around and stuff of that sort. And so I wouldn't have to consciously be remembering to hold it straight. And I was in the hospital from about 9 to 1, which isn't that bad. No, 1:32. 1:30? 1:30. 9 to 1:30. Which isn't that bad, but it's still bad. Because it's not one of those things where it's like we had to figure out what was wrong. It was like, I just need an x-ray to find out if it's broken and I need a cast. So far, knock on anything resembling wood, I haven't actually needed a cast. I've fractured a couple bones, but no cast. Rachel, isn't it the municipal government's responsibility to salt public sidewalks? This wouldn't be considered a public sidewalk. It was, homeowners are responsible for the sidewalks on their property. So they have to shovel the snow and things of that sort. There are public sidewalks that are city run that the city does have to, but if you own a property, it's on you. And so let's say the homeowners weren't home, then they need to have an agreement with somebody to look after it. So like snow has to be shoveled within 24 hours, but if somebody injures themselves on your property, then they're at fault. And because of that, there are like slip and fall lawyers in this area when I Googled it. But this isn't, I'm not going to get like that because for one thing, there's no money for me to get other than like, yes, I want the cost of my brace, which I'm not paying a lawyer for that. Also, like if I had lost time at work, if I had to go on to disability because the injury was so severe, if it cost my life because I cracked my skull open, or like if it was my right wrist and it damaged it to the point where I wouldn't be able to do art again, then you're getting into areas of actually needing a lawyer. But having a severely sprung wrist, and I'm not losing income because of it, because I work from home. And you know, I didn't have to miss doing a live stream or anything because of it. There's really nothing I can go after them for. But you know, if they decide to be douchebags about it, I suppose I could always then report it to the city and the city would fine them. But I'm not that type of person. I don't want to simply just go find the city. It's like, no, just You know, pay for the brace, salt your sidewalk. Lesson learned. Yuri, my mom fractured her wrist. It bloody hurt. I broke my elbow, so sympathies to you, but I hope it gets better soon. As possible. Thank you. Yeah, it's been almost a week. Like, I have movement in the wrist, at least. Not extreme movement, but some movement. But, you know, things as simple as, like, washing my face or washing my body when I have to go over to this side. It's painful. So, like, I could drive right now if I was in a bind, but it'd be painful. But I don't think it would be so severe I wouldn't be able to turn the wheel or something. It would just be screeching pain for me. Whereas the day after, I wouldn't have been able to move my wrist. So, yeah. Like, doing the dishes takes a lot longer because I have to position the dishes in such a way. I have to be careful. I can't pick up Abernathy. I can pick up Lanier because I can handle his weight on one hand easy enough for the bulk of it, but I can't pick up Abernathy because he's too heavy. He'd hurt my wrist right now. Rachel, at the Humanist Report Zoom, I asked Mike directly when he'd have you on. He was like, yeah, at some point, sure. The enthusiasm really showed through in that. No, it's not that I think, like, I don't think I'm being shadow banned or boycotted or they don't want to have me on. It's one of those things I just don't come to mind. That's all. They just don't think of it. And they think of it in the moment like, oh yeah, that'd be a good idea when it's mentioned to them, but then they don't think of it. Like, that's all it is. Although I will admit it hurt just a little bit having somebody call in or message the Majority Report saying that Rachel Gilmore should go on, and she absolutely should. She's a great journalist, but there's so many people who do not know I exist, even in the Majority Report circle. Like, all those people who's like, oh yeah, you need to have Rachel Gilmore on to talk about Canadian stuff and blah, blah, blah. You have other sources. I'm just saying, you have other Canadian sources. And the fact that it's like, oh yeah, maybe Sandy too can talk politics, Canadian politics. Maybe. But yeah, I get it. You know, Rachel is extremely talented and young and pretty. And she's also had a lot more controversy around her. She's an investigative journalist. So we do a bit different stuff. And she has like lots of history and experience in that field. So when it comes to actually just talking straight politics, she's probably the better one to talk about if you want the ins and outs. And if you want to know about investigative journalism and all that sort of stuff. I'm just a smartass. Like, if you want to know what Brian Mulroney was thinking, I don't know. If you want to know what the popularity of Stephen Harper was when he passed a certain bill, I don't know. I'm just a pleb when it comes to it. I'm not educated in politics. So when it comes to like getting that type of nuance, I'm not necessarily a great person to have on. But from lived experience, especially with disabilities and stuff like that, if you want to talk about those angles, then yeah, I'm good to have on. Oops. Let's see. Let's see, where was I? It jumped. It always jumps because I end up talking so much. And then it jumps, and then I don't know where I was. Come on, I couldn't have been talking that much, then I'm still going up. Okay, I think I saw those. I'm probably missing a whole bunch, let's put it that way. My friend had to take me grocery shopping yesterday and put new washer fluid in. Because I can't drive, and doing groceries and stuff is a bit difficult, and carrying groceries upstairs and stuff is a bit difficult. Yeah. Okay, I think this is a lot of new stuff that people are putting in, so. Boku wants to know what brand of sweater this is. I don't know. I didn't get it in like a regular retail store. It was like a antique market slash weird fashion stuff slash market. But I got this in red and blue, or pink and blue. It's just I have to be careful because this can open right up. Not that I'm sure a lot of you would mind. But, you know, I don't want any wardrobe malfunctions. So when I used to wear these to work, I'd have to wear a tank top underneath them just in case. I would not say Canada is litigious as the United States, Rachel. Oh, and just so people know, when you at Sandy, it's not highlighted. You have to at left of the box. I have yummy leftovers to have after this that I just need to heat up in the microwave. Yes, I have a blue version of this shirt. Oh, did Christy Z appear? Or she did once I, yeah. Once I showed the versatility of this sweater. Okay, why don't we get into Ontario politics? And then we have a small kind of odd story docket after this. And then I have a whole bunch of stuff put together about trans issues that was going to be too much and too long for today. So it's going to be in a live stream tomorrow. So I'll be doing a themed live stream tomorrow on the issues around trans, like the one student that wrote that bullshit essay, and how a lot of trans women are being banned in different locations and stuff. So that will be its own live stream tomorrow. Please watch it. When I do these one-off live streams, it doesn't do nearly as well as one of my regular live streams. So I need all your support. And also, go watch the video that I did with Dr. Mark Allen Derry, because I'd like it to break over 100. Even if you've already seen it, click on it, mute it, watch something else, please. Please just help to artificially boost those numbers. I'm not against it. I can't afford bots. I've got you guys. Yeah, so on to Ontario. Let's just do this first.
Today in Canadian news.
What the fuck? Oh, I'm in the wrong screen. I'm like, that is really big. What? I need to be in this one. There we go. Anyway. So going on to education here in Ontario, because it's already being destroyed in Alberta. Both healthcare and education being destroyed in our provinces, and people are just sitting by and letting it happen. Because it could be put to a stop if the people actually, I don't know, did a strike, did a massive protest and shut down everything. There are ways of actually forcing the government to work for you as opposed to the greedy corporations. Like, there's no way to even document how many corruption things Doug Ford is responsible for. How much money, taxpayer money, he has wasted. He has just funneled to his rich buddies. Like, somebody who is far better at this than me needs to do like a detailed analysis of that, where it's like, this is how much of Ontario taxpayer money he has wasted. This is how much has gone to his rich buddies. This is how much wealth he has accumulated because of it. And these are the things we've lost. And these are the things that are underfunded, and all of that sort of stuff needs to happen. The fact that he's allowed to remain as premier boggles my mind. I don't think there is a more corrupt government in Canada's history. So here we have Jill saying, I've had kids in Ontario public schools since 2014. I reviewed the curriculum before and after 2018. I'm involved in my kids' education. This is Doug Ford's school system now and has been for almost 8 years. What specifically is he trying to accuse the Liberals of? So of course, when anything fails, Doug Ford still goes back to, well, this was the Liberals. It's been almost 8 years. The failing educations, because we're talking about a report that just came out about how students are falling behind in education. It's on him. It's Doug Ford's fault. The schools falling behind, the students falling behind, is Doug Ford's fault. All of it is. It's his underfunding of education. It's how he's allowing his ministers to hijack school boards. It's how they're paying specialists $1,500 a day to do the work of elected trustees. It is Doug Ford's fault because they've underfunded the systems and then said, well, since you can't budget it, therefore we have to take over. Yeah, if you have $10 and you're told to budget it, even though you need $100 to get by, it doesn't matter how well you budget it, you're not going to meet that standard. But that's what he did. And now he's wanting to blame everyone else for his failures. So here, Tina Yazdani, who is a reporter for City News, wonderful reporter that I referred to lots. Premier Ford accused the Liberals of teaching kids every wacko left-wing radical thing and destroying school systems during a heated question period. He was responding to interim Liberal leader who told him to stand up for kids and to stop starving education system. Again, what the fuck does every wacko left-wing radical thing have to do when that was 8 years ago that the Liberals were in power?
Turn to the province for help.
And also, what the fuck are you doing as the premier of the province referring to the Liberals as wacko? How pathetic and childish is that?
Are you going to stand up for kids? Get out of your seat.
You voted to close 600 schools, fired thousands of teachers. That is hypocrisy at its best. At its best. Madam Speaker, we're setting a record.
Premier, you have to withdraw.
I'm sorry, withdraw.
A fiery question period at Queen's Park, the interim Liberal leader accusing the Premier of neglecting students and demanding a $1 billion investment in education to hire 10,000 support staff.
When will the Premier do the simple math and make sure we have enough adults in our schools, to qualified adults, to take care of our kids?
They destroyed the school system. That's what they did. We're improving it. We're actually teaching kids about STEM. You want to teach them about every wacko thing, left-wing radical thing?
Back to the leader of the third party.
Well, he was getting kind of wacko in his answer. When he gets up,
Don't try to mimic Doug Ford with this language because you don't have the same riz. Just saying. Just saying. Doug Ford can get away with it. You can't. This guy cannot. He cannot get away with mirroring that language. Doug Ford, in my opinion, also shouldn't be able to get away with it. But he's very folksy and people tend to like that about him. This guy is not folksy and he's not likable. So don't try to mirror him. Just be your own person.
he doesn't know what to say about education because he doesn't really think about it. It's not top of mind for him.
To suggest somehow that teachers who are teaching to the curriculum are wacko leftists is disrespectful and shows a premier that's completely out of touch with what's going on in schools right now.
Hands off Hayden Park!
Parents from one TDSB school for students with special needs at Queen's Park looking for answers.
We are very, very anxious because
So I think this skipped into a different segment here because they start talking about something that I covered before about how systems that are being underfunded, especially for kids with disabilities, it's being hit hard right now in education. And so special needs students are being absolutely left behind. So I think there was supposed to be a split there, but this is not really connected to the first part, but it's still worth listening to.
There's no transparency.
They tell us the TDSB has suspended admissions for grade 9 and 10 students at Hayden Park Secondary School in Toronto, sparking fears that it may soon shut down.
It keeps you up at night, you know. This is a place that serves kids who need a very specific type of care.
In a letter to parents, the TDSB has explained the school has struggled with low enrollment, prompting parents to turn to the province for help. Critics point to low EQAO results for students with special needs as an example of why the school is needed.
Properly investing in schools like Hayden Park, a school that specializes in special education.
I don't know why I just remembered, but Boku, if you're looking for a fashion, just look up waffle shirt. This is like a waffle print. I just remembered that. ADHD for whatever reason. But this is a waffle shirt.
Is the answer.
Everything we're doing in the education system for that school or every other school, it's all about putting students, parents, and teachers first.
I was not satisfied at all with any of the responses that we received.
The education minister agrees EQAO results were disappointing. His fix: to hire 2 advisors to examine why scores aren't improving and to pay them $1,500 a day. For City News, I'm Tina Yazdani.
And more from Tina, because this is, as it loads up very slowly, the EQAO, which I'll get into the explanation of in just a minute. Or did I put these out? Actually, it's important to know what this means first. So Education Quality and Accountability Office. So the Education Quality and Accountability Office, EQAO, is a crown agency of the Government of Ontario in Canada. It was legislated into creation in 1996 in response to recommendations made by the Royal Commission on Learning in February of 1995. EQAO is governed by a board of directors appointed by the Lieutenant Governor in Council. Cameron Montgomery has been the chair of the board. Who cares? The status purpose of the EQAO test is to ensure that there is accountability between school boards and schools in the publicly funded system in Ontario. Education accountability is important to three key stakeholders: taxpayers, elected officials, and teachers. By providing yearly standardized tests, the Ministry of Education hopes to increase the quality of education in Ontario while also using the tests to make plans for future improvements. EQAO tests are intended to measure the students' ability to make sense of what they read in different kinds of texts, express their thoughts through writing and using appropriate grammar, spelling, and punctuation, and use appropriate math skills to solve problems. So basically, yeah, it's standardized testing just to make sure everyone is all on board. That's what this is, and this is what we're talking about right now. So Tina is saying Ontario's education minister is hiring 2 advisors at $1,500 a day to review why EQAO results aren't improving. Again, Doug Ford referring to former liberals as wackos and liberal left-wing agendas and all that sort of stuff. 8 years. EQAO results are not improving. They're declining. Critics say the answer is obvious. We don't need people making $1,500 a day to tell us scores are down because the government cut funding by $1,500 a student.
You may remember he delayed releasing these results for months. In fact, they usually come out in September, and there was a lot of speculation that they may be catastrophic. They're actually an improvement from last year. Still, the education minister says he wants to take action.
It frustrated me and made me quite upset.
The education minister tells us he was taken aback by the EQAO results, even though they were actually an improvement from last year. The standardized test assesses students on reading, writing, and mathematics. The problem area remains mathematics, with only about half of kids meeting benchmarks. In grade 9, 58% of students met the provincial standard, up 4% from last year. In grade 6, 51% of students, up 1%. And in grade 3, 64% of students, up 3%.
There was progress, yes. Progress in some areas, yes. But it's just simply not good enough.
In response, Calandra is launching an expert advisory body to examine EQAO testing, made up of 2 people he will appoint early next year.
They will be paid $1,500 a day.
How did you come to that salary?
How do I get that job? I'd be fine doing that job for like 2 days a month. And I'd have double of what I usually get a month. Could I just do that? Because if I could get double of what I currently get, I'd be rich. Could I do this job for just 2 days a month? Please?
Isn't that a little bit steep?
I don't think it's steep when you're considering what I've asked them to do. Look, I'm in a $43 billion team. I know you're going to keep asking me about this. I'm a $43 billion ministry, and I'm a minister who believes that our kids can do a heck of a lot better. And if I have to get outside advice to make sure that I can do that, then I'm going to do that.
One of the key questions the review will look to answer is why outcomes are not improving and whether teachers and students have the support and tools they need to succeed.
Don't you already have the answers? Haven't educators, union leaders, parents already told you what is needed? Better resources in classrooms, smaller class sizes? Like, what exactly do you think you're going to hear that you haven't already heard?
But it's not just about that. It's about the test. I keep hearing from teachers, does the test ask the questions that the kids are learning in school? What teachers are telling me is that this review is needed, and I'm going to give them that.
I've been very perplexed. For the last 7 years, we've been screaming, put more supports in. We know what problems there are and how to solve them.
A couple more conservative insiders at $1,500 a day a pop is not going to fix our education system.
We don't need people making $1,500 a day to tell us that the reason scores are down is because the government has cut funding by $1,500 per student.
No, you do need those people, and I need to be it. I will absolutely, for just 2 days a month, pay me $1,500 a day, and I will sit there and tell you what you already know. I'm your person. I will do that.
No clear timeline or deadline on when the EQAO review must be complete. And we also asked Calandra if there's any benchmark the advisors must meet. He simply said he wants 100% of Ontario students to meet provincial standards. Cynthia?
So a little bit more on this. Chris Glover is an NDP MPP saying Ford is failing Ontario students. 50% of grade 6 students and 42% of grade 9 students failed EQAO exams. 8 years of the Ford government has given us the lowest results in Ontario's history. Quote tweeting Richard Southern, another reporter for City News. Is this even working when I click on that? Yeah. So the test results show half of grade 6 students and 42% of grade 9 students are not meeting provincial standards in math through reading and writing results, though reading and writing results were strong. The education minister said he's appointing an advisory body to review it. So the provincial math standards are not meeting. They're not good. Could it be because of this? Ontario teachers worried about implementing new math curriculum during pandemic. This was back in 2020 when, oh right, Doug Ford was premier. Ontario teachers are denouncing what they described to be a botched implementation of the province's new math curriculum, saying they had little guidance on material they're expected to teach in just a few weeks. It would be a challenging task in the best of times, they said, but the uncertainty brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic has made it untenable. It just seems that our plans are not where they should be, and the math is one more piece that hasn't really properly prepared, says Carl Fernandez. And all of the things that we have to tend to right now, a new math program seems to be the one that you could get a pause on. Yet we seem to be told, just go right ahead. Fernandez says he has yet to receive formal training on the curriculum. That will come during the 3 professional development days just before classes resume. As much as I'm looking forward to seeing more of this new math program, the idea of being able to implement it properly and be prepared for it just seems so unrealistic. Anyway. Yeah. Maybe the math scores are low because of what you did, Doug Ford. I have to do this, and then I do this, and then I do this. And then I do this. And then I do this. There we go. And then I do this. And then I do this. Not that one. Shit. Then I do this. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Rachel. Canadian Alliance for Solidarity with Ukraine. CASU. Super appreciate it. There we go. Anyway. So yeah, maybe people are failing this province because of you, Doug Ford. Just saying. More on it. So here is T-Dot resident just saying, Jesus F. Christ, you are blaming trustees for your failing government. You are shameless. So this is Paul Calandra, the Minister of Education here in Ontario, just saying, it's not our fault. It's not. Stop it. We're not the ones to blame for all of our failures. So he says the latest EQAO results show that more action is needed to support our students and help them succeed. In too many cases, dysfunctional and infighting among trustees have distracted boards from this core responsibility. Yes, all those elected people, that's their fault. The fact that we're underfunding them and making them fight over scraps, not our fault. I have taken the time to closely review the results and we're taking decisive action to get students on track for stronger achievement. Oh my God, my computer's lagging.
The latest EQAO results have shown me that student achievement isn't improving fast enough. We can do better. Over the last few years, we've seen little progress in reading, writing, and especially math, and this is unacceptable. That's why I've taken the time to closely review these results to ensure we are doing everything we can do to improve student achievement.
I heard enough of him. Anyway. So Ontario to review learning testing after insufficient progress in the results. Yeah, we're not going to watch that. Education Minister Paul Calandra said he is appointing expert advisory board, thorough review of how Ontario supports students following disappointing standardized test results. We went over that. Okay. The Education Minister says he doesn't think scrapping the EQAO test is the best option, but there's room for improvement. I think a form of testing, standardized testing, is important. Why do I have his here? Sometimes I don't even remember why I included an article because I think we already covered all of this. In a statement, the Elementary Teacher Federation of Ontario renewed their call for an EQAO test to be scrapped. Educators are struggling with large class sizes, increasing workloads, and rising violence in schools, yet the Ford government remains incomprehensibly fixated on meaningless EQAO results. President David Maston said in the statement. In an interview with CTV Toronto, Ontario English Catholic Teacher Association, President Renee Jensen in Dewall cautioned that outsiders may not be well positioned to provide guidance to teachers. When you have such a small group, I would certainly think a slightly larger group that involved collaboration, consultation with parents, teachers, etc. would be important, she said. Oh, no, that's her name is Jansen in Dewall. Okay. What we don't need is other outside experts, again, trying to tell teachers as if they aren't professionals with experience what they should be happening in their classrooms because these people are often too far removed. Yes, we have politicians job-splaining to professionals what their jobs are. Okay, let's move on to this. So another way that this government has wasted $1 bazillion is, we've talked about it before, just a whole bunch of advertising. There was the $72 million in one, and this is to advertise partisan issues, which you're not supposed to be spending taxpayer money on doing, and it was primarily to promote himself to Americans. That's really what a lot of this spending Doug Ford did. And so Gil is just mentioning this could have kept the Ontario Science Centre operating in its original location for the next 20 years. Instead of close to 1 million visitors a year, children's family and school trips, we have a mothball exhibits, empty building, a pop-up in mall, and partisan ads. And so he's quote tweeting Tina, who says, the Ford government spent a record $112 million on advertising last year. More than any other government in the history of Ontario. Well, in Ontario's history. Yep, that's the fiscally responsible government, conservative government, spending $112 million on advertising, with $42 million on partisan campaigns ahead of elections. I asked them why taxpayers should be on the hook for promoting the Premier and his party. All that money that could have been spent towards things like education, lowering the making class size smaller, getting more specialized teachers to help with students with special needs, to help with our healthcare system, to do so many different things. But no, how about to raise the rates of Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Program? No, on ads that nobody will remember. In fact, I don't even remember most of them now. Oh my God, my computer is really lagging. Okay, here we get the finger.
Tina, this is all part of an auditor's report that finds the Ford government isn't properly overseeing healthcare dollars.
Yes, Cynthia, and as a result, the Ford government is losing money that it could be using to, for example, add more doctors to the healthcare system. That's according to the Auditor General. And those are findings from just one of 6 reports she released today, painting a scathing picture of how taxpayer dollars are being spent.
It is outrageous that taxpayers are being asked to foot the bill for what are partisan ads.
But Ontario taxpayers are paying more than ever for government ads. The Conservatives spent a record $112 million taxpayer dollars on campaigns in the last fiscal year, more than any other government in the province's history. 38% of their campaigns, totaling $43 million, are considered partisan, according to the Auditor General.
That should
Why
be
should
illegal.
taxpayers be on the hook for promoting the Premier and his party?
It's important both before or after an election cycle for the public to be informed with nonpartisan government advertising. That is what we're doing. That is what we're committed to. And these are government ads that are informational. They're informational and educational.
What a waste of people's money on ads when they could have been spending that money on, connecting people with a family doctor.
In fact, a second AG report found not enough people are being connected to family doctors. Only 11% of the more than 2 million Ontarians without one are currently registered with the government's Healthcare Connect portal.
Is that an acceptable number to you?
Healthcare Connect is only one tool to get yourself connected to primary care.
With the health minister out sick today, her parliamentary assistant attempted to brush off the findings of the auditor's numerous healthcare reports. A third audit into physician billing found potentially inappropriate payments. For example, doctors who billed for more than 24 hours of service in a single day or provided services to an unusually high number of patients, like 100 a day. An analysis found 3 to 5% of claims had anomalies, translating to up to $600 million in potentially inappropriate payments annually.
It just was so glaring to me.
It is an exceptional situation. The physician bills for several different procedures on that one patient and sends in several different bills. Not one bill for one patient, but rather several different bills for the one patient. For the procedures which the patient received.
But is that how it should be? Is that doesn't that end up costing taxpayers more money?
I believe that physicians deserve to be paid for the treatments that they deliver.
And we'll be getting more into this in a moment.
The ministry later clarified that it is in fact strengthening billing oversight and accepting the AG's recommendations. One of those recommendations is to hire more post-payment audit staff. Currently, it is just a team of 8 reviewing these anomalies. Cynthia?
So here we have more about that billing issue with doctors and whatnot. So Colin DeMello says, Ontario doctors continue to use archaic OHIP, that's Ontario Healthcare, Ontario Healthcare Insurance Plan, a billing system that isn't capable of catching red flags, according to the Auditor General, meaning 400 to 600 million in potentially suspect billings aren't being found. So I think he meant found, not fung. It's not saying that there are bad billings intentionally or accidentally, but we don't have the people to find out if this is the case because of the amount and volume of bills that go into the system. Here we go.
It's standard practice in Ontario's healthcare system. Physicians treat patients and then bill the government for their services. But a new report from Ontario's Auditor General found some doctors may be performing at levels that are physically impossible.
This included physicians billing more than 24 hours a day, over 365 days in a year, billing for seeing more than 100 patients in a day, and where their overall billing was significantly higher than their peers.
The problem, the auditor says, starts with the tracking system itself, a program from the 1980s that isn't capable of automatically catching red flags.
It's a very old, archaic system, and it's been patched up over years, but it does need sort of a refresh from the get-go.
The outdated system means the government has to rely on tips and complaints on excessive billing. But the auditor also found the government has not assigned enough staff and doesn't have effective systems in order to identify, review, and prevent suspicious billings. All told, the Ministry of Health estimates that 3 to 5% of all the money paid out to Ontario's doctors could be as a result of anomalies.
And that works out to about $400 to $600 million.
You know, we could be using that to improve healthcare. Just saying. That's a lot of money. Yep.
But the Ford government says its systems are actually robust.
There are approximately 200 million bills that get sent into the Ministry of Health in a typical year. Those are reviewed. 99% of them have no issues.
The province says in some cases, patients might require multiple procedures, meaning multiple billing codes for a single individual.
And nobody should leap to the conclusion whether it was done purposely or by mistake.
The auditor insists the anomalies are there, the government just isn't equipped to find them.
And then we get more from Colin DeMello. So about healthcare and the fact that, okay, so there's 400 to 600 million maybe being misbilled and stuff, but how else can the government fuck us over when it comes to the healthcare system? Well, how about this? The Ford government has been steadily burning expired PPE, according to Ontario AG, and the province appears to be married to the mask production contracts, even though roughly 80% is going to waste. So, PPE, instead of being recycled, resold, given away to people, I don't know, like me, who still take this sort of thing seriously, they are literally lighting it on fire. They are taking our taxpayer money and lighting it on fire. $1.4 billion worth of PPE is being lit on fire. 1.4 billion.
During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when the race for medical supplies was at its peak, the Ford government signed new contracts for the domestic production of masks.
It was a run to get PPE as quick as possible, and we did that.
But years later, the province is now flush with personal protective equipment, and the bulk of it is set to expire in the matter of years. All because the hospitals they were designated for have their own mask contracts and simply aren't using the ones coming out of Queen's Park.
Their biggest client is long-term care facilities, but hospitals were only using about 2 to 3% of the masks that Supply Ontario had.
The auditor found that Supply Ontario bought 188 million surgical masks last year, but only distributed 39 million, or 21%. Another 25 million N95 masks were also purchased, but only...
I'll take 1,000. I will take 1,000 of them. I will absolutely take it. I will find a place to store them in my apartment. I will take 1,000 of them. I don't even care if it's expired because it's still better than nothing. I'll take 1,095 masks, please.
Only 5.5 million were used, about 22%. The rest, roughly 80%, might eventually have to be destroyed, all because they're expired. That's $126 million down the drain.
We don't regret doing that whatsoever.
We don't regret setting your money on fire whatsoever. It gets a bit more into how they're being disposed, but literally burning them. Also, that's just the masks. There's more PPE involved. It's 1.4 billion. But this is no different than like grocery stores would rather throw out groceries that are near expiry versus giving them out to people who actually need food to live. You know, people who need PPE to live. They would rather just burn it than give it out to people who would actually use it. Because, that's socialism. But how is this any different than grocery stores just literally throwing in the trash products that are getting close to the shelf life? And it's the same with all other industries. Instead of selling things at a discount, they would rather just trash it. This should be criminal. It should absolutely be criminal that this much taxpayer money is going to waste when there are people who would actually use these things too.
And if it's sub-quality PPE, we're not gonna give it to your children. So no, we have no regrets.
Disposing of masks and other healthcare items like vaccine supplies appears to be routine in this province. The auditor found since 2021, the government has written off $1.4 billion worth of accumulated products that were expired or substandard.
$1.4 billion? That's a lot of money that could have helped a lot of people.
But perhaps most surprisingly is the how. Instead of donating, reselling, recycling, or throwing out the masks, the government has chosen to incinerate them.
They take the energy from it, though, and use the energy that it creates. So there is a little bit of a regeneration there, but it is, of course, adding to greenhouse gases to incinerate it.
A practice the auditor has asked the government to reconsider.
So frustrating. So frustrating. More from the Auditor General, because these come out every time, and every time it comes out, the Auditor General is just saying, you know what, this Ford government sucks. So Ontario does not have ability to measure success of a primary care plan, Auditor General. As the Ford government pushes ahead with a 4-year plan to connect everyone in the province to primary care, the Auditor General has found it does not have a coordinated framework for the policy or the ability to measure whether primary care is actually accessible to patients. In a scathing annual report, the Auditor General, Shelley Spence, concluded Ontario's plan to expand access does not consistently have processes in place to plan and oversee programs and initiatives to improve patients' access to primary care. Absolute shitstorm. Also, more, because, you know, that 1.4 billion, all those millions, all this stuff could have gone into, I don't know, not these layoffs, preventing these layoffs from happening. Health Minister defends layoffs at North Bay Hospital as appropriate. Yes, we're underfunding you to the point that you just have to kick staff out, but then we're still going to say that nobody's denied any services, even though you're short-staffed now. Ontario Health Minister Sylvia Jones says it's necessary for struggling hospitals like North Bay Regional Health Centre to balance budgets. How about actually increasing the money so that they can meet the budgets? How about that? How about that? How about part of that 1.4 billion that is being lit on fucking fire go towards keeping these doctors and staff employed? Ontario Health Minister Sylvia Jones says the 40 job cuts at the North Bay Regional Health Centre, now keep in mind, this is rural. You know, when people start losing doctors and staff in these areas, the next closest hospital or healthcare might be an hour to 2-hour drive away. But she says they are completely appropriate during question period at Queen's Park, adding that not only is it appropriate, but it's necessary for the government to ensure hospitals have a path to fiscal balance. You could just make sure they have the money. NDP health critic Franz Gillens and Labour critic Jamie West both asked the government about the layoffs on Thursday morning, with Gillens blaming job losses in North Bay, which include 13 registered nurses, 3 registered practical nurses, and an occupational therapist, on inadequate provincial funding. 72% of Northern Ontario hospitals are facing a deficit. They tried every efficiency possible, but they are left with no choice but to cut programs and lay off staff, said Gillens. These frontline healthcare workers offer their services throughout the hospital, from inpatient services in the emergency department, which averages 12 hours of wait time. I thought I was waiting a long time in the hospital when I was there from 9 to 1:30. 12-hour average. 12 hours. What is the minister doing to protect access to hospital services for good people of North Bay? Jones responded by insisting there is no, and I repeat, no change in the actual hospital services provided. Tell you what, next time you're in need of going to an ER, you go up to North Bay. You go use their services. If it's not adequate for you, it's not adequate for anyone. And you need to fucking fund the hospitals properly. She also said earlier that this year the government has instructed the North Bay Regional Health Center and other struggling hospitals to send in 3-year plans showing how they intend to balance their budgets. Yes, while you're busy trying to make sure patients have the care they need and all that sort of stuff, do all this extra work to show us how you're going to budget with the not money we're giving you. What our hospital partners are doing is completely appropriate and something they do on a regular basis, and that is to assess, review their options, to make sure they're providing the appropriate care to their communities and making sure that those frontline providers are there when communities need it, said the health minister. If you're waiting 12 hours in an emergency room, they aren't there when you need it. Not only is it appropriate, but it's also necessary for us to work with our hospital partners to make sure that they have a path to balance. She makes it sound so zen. Wes noted during the visit to North Bay 2 weeks ago, he and Gillens recently met with laid-off healthcare workers in North Bay and accused the PC government of ignoring them. Nobody from the Conservative bench will even speak with them, he said. Jones countered that the province has already provided increasing funding to North Bay Hospital. I hope when members opposite visit North Bay Regional Hospital, they also highlight the fact that for the last 3 years, we have increased hospitals' base budget by an average of 4%. I'm guessing the answer is you forgot that very salient point. Whatever. Speaking of layoffs, Ontario-based Algoma Steel makes a difficult decision to issue 1,000 layoff notices. You know, remember when Doug Ford was like running for prime minister? He was saying stuff like, nobody will lose a job under his watch. No layoffs. Everyone will keep their jobs. In fact, there will be more jobs. People will be able to have as many jobs as they want. A job for you and you and you. Nobody's going to lose their job. That's what he kept on saying. But now, right before Christmas, because that's usually when it happens due to, quarterly budget reviews and stuff. Yep. 1,000 people now out of a job, just in time for the holidays. Reeling from high tariffs imposed by the U.S. President Donald Trump, Algoma Steel confirmed Monday that it has issued layoff notices to about 1,000 workers. The company based in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, employs about 2,700 people, so almost half of them got laid off. With its major buyers in the United States, the company was hit hard by the 50% tariffs imposed last summer by Trump. The North American steel market is highly integrated, and Algoma Steel has been significantly impacted by unprecedented tariffs imposed by the United States. The spokesperson said, "These tariffs have fundamentally altered the competitive landscape and sharply limited our ability to access the U.S. market. As a result of these pressures, Algoma has been forced to conclude its long history of an integrated steel manufacturer and closes blast furnace and Anyway, help for workers." Ontario Trade Minister Vic Fedeli said the province will act to help workers. Sure. We are activating a local power, Protect Ontario Worker Employment Response Center to provide enhanced supports for impacted workers, including retraining programs to get people into new jobs as quickly as possible, Fedeli said in a statement. Do you know where the fuck Sault Ste. Marie is? What kind of job market do you think they have there? It's not big. I'll tell you that. It is not big. It's pretty small. Our Buy Ontario Act is prioritizing Ontario inputs in government procurement in Ontario steel. So anyway, CTV News will have more reaction to the story, including union blah, 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 blah. Sorry. I'm just tired. I'm tired. It's been a long week, a long weekend. But yeah, this is just, it's shit. So Colin DeMello was saying, at Queen's Park, the Ford government is facing question over 1,000 jobs lost at Algoma Steel, despite receiving a $100 million loan from the Ford government. Funny how that happens. So 1,000 people. So are you telling me that $100 million, there's not enough money in there to pay those 1,000 people? PC MPP Tyler Alslop blames Trump and tariffs, suggests other industries could face same fate. Make no mistake about it, President Trump is coming for our steel jobs, our lumber jobs, our manufacturing jobs, our con jobs, our hand jobs. He wants to see all of them shipped down to the United States, and Algoma Steel is on the front lines of that battle. And he quote tweeted himself saying, despite the Ford government's promise to protect Ontario's jobs, the PC party is now blaming the opposition for not supporting the province's new budget. So, gotta blame the former government, gotta blame the trustees. Now they're blaming the opposition. But how are you blaming the opposition? You voted against the $30 billion package of support that we have put forward to protect workers, to protect industries, to make sure that our jobs are not shipped down to the United States, said PC MPP Tyler Alslop. You have a fucking majority. It don't matter if the opposition voted against it. You have a majority. The opposition voting against it doesn't stop it. It didn't stop it. Because you have a fucking majority. This is your fault. It's your fault. Your fault. NDP leader Marit Stiles fired back. Quite a performance, but it's not going to put gifts under the tree or food on the table, says the very performative leader of the NDP. More on the shit show of Ontario. Ontario should end forced encampment evictions, federal housing advocates say. I'm going to pop this into the SandBox because it's long. We're not going to go over all of it. But I recommend people check out the Trillium. I was going to read another article from them, but then they said that I read too many articles from them and put me behind a paywall. Fuck you, Trillium. Advocates told the office that 3 provincial laws encourage municipalities to back away from human rights-based response to encampments. So Canada's housing advocate is calling for an end to both forced encampment evictions and the criminalization of homeless in Ontario. The recommendations were written in a report released Thursday following a September trip by Marie-Josie Hole of Kitchener, Cambridge, London, and all these other cities directly with residents. She spoke directly with residents of homeless encampments, frontline workers, community organizations, and local decision makers. Already far more than the governments do. The governments don't exactly sit down and talk with all these people. They just impose things on them. These cities match federal funds provided through the Unsheltered Homeless and Encampments Initiative, which was meant to provide relief for over 2 years to municipalities applying human rights-based approach to encampments. Municipalities have expressed concern at the short timeline of the program, arguing it needs long-term support to sustain operations and tackle the systemic challenges involved in homelessness. Everywhere I went, I witnessed extraordinary courage and resilience in the face of deep systematic failures, Hole said. Homelessness is not a personal failing. It is a result of lack of affordable, supportive, adequate, and accessible housing. Full stop. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. People can't afford, despite having jobs, sometimes multiple jobs, can't afford it. The report found that the breakdown in multiple systems are driving increased homelessness and that those living in encampments are doing so because there are no better options available. Emergency shelters are not long-term solution, the report says, citing people living in encampments as well as advocates who argue they are unsafe, overcrowded, and inaccessible. Many felt safer in encampments despite the risks, she added. In Cambridge, Hoole found that encampments are often small and scattered, but people living there are facing constant threats of displacement. Service providers reported some people were displaced multiple times in a single summer. The report said insight from Cambridge painted a picture of community where homelessness is deep and deepening amid active hostility from some municipal leaders, limited service, and systemic barriers to building supportive housing. Cambridge is a shit city, I'm just saying. That city is garbage. The people who run it, garbage. Cambridge can go to hell. I grew up there. I know. And that's why I'm never, ever moving back. It's a fucking conservative, backwards city. It has a very rural, redneck vibe, but it's a city. Unsheltered homelessness in Kitchener has more than doubled between 2021 and 2024. And who was premier during that? Right, Doug Ford. And what might he be done? Got rid of rent control for a lot of people. This is Doug Ford's fault. It is the amount of social murder he is responsible for will stain him for the next 1,000 lives. The report found citing burdens like rising rents, inadequate income supports, and system failures in housing and healthcare. Meanwhile, in London, Who heard shelters often separate families or prohibited pets, and that women described the constant threat of assault, theft, and exploitation in emergency shelters. These are some of the reasons why people prefer encampments. They're not going to be separated from their pets or their family. And they have the support of that little tiny micro community that they made. They have other people in that little tiny micro community looking out for them. Whereas the fear of assault by going into an emergency shelter, community members from Hamilton told Huel there's an ongoing cycle of eviction, with police and bylaw officers using divide and conquer tactics for forcing people from one encampment to another, only to declare the new site non-compliant and force removals. So on and so forth. Please finish reading the article. It is good. But, if it isn't housing, it's food. Report on escalating food bank use in Ontario. Not surprising, experts say. It feels like I go over this every year. Every year. It just keeps getting worse. Food banks are not a solution to the crippling cost of groceries. They were never meant to be a solution. Food banks shouldn't have to exist. A new report says more than 1 million Ontario residents needed a food bank in the past year. Is disheartening but not surprising, says CEO of Toronto Daily Bread Food Bank. We see it here every single day at the food bank, at the Daily Bread Food Bank, Neil Hetherington said Monday, and it's been a real tough slog between being able to make sure that we feed the need now. Hetherington was responding to the 2025 hunger report by the Feed Ontario advocacy organization that found Ontario residents made 8.7 million visits to food banks between April and March. A 13% increase in 1 year. That year marked the 9th consecutive year of growth in food banks use in the province and a record high level of demand, according to the report. 8 of those 9 years is Doug Ford. So, consecutive year of growth, all under Doug Ford. The report found that those who used the food banks the past year, 1 in 3 people were first-time users. 1 in 3 were children under 18. 1 in 3 were people with disabilities. 1 in 4 had a job but could not earn enough to make ends meet. So when Doug Ford says, go and get a job, a lot of them already do. 3 in 4 were tenants. Twice as many were seniors compared to 5 years ago, as their fixed incomes have not kept up with rising cost of living. The report says escalating food bank use is a sign that homelessness, strain on the healthcare system, and instability with communities are set to rise if action is not taken to reduce poverty. The Daily Bread Food Bank provides 3 days of worth of food to a client every week. So, the other 4 days, if you can't eat. Now, that's not the fault of the food bank because they're already stretched thin, but the idea that the food bank can even provide just 3 days of food a week. So where are you supposed to do the other 4? Hetherington said the food bank estimates more than 1 in 10 Torontonians now rely on food banks, compared to 1 in 23 years ago, and children make up 1 in 4 clients. So that's they rely on food banks, not that they use one from time to time, but they need it. We're not adding more food. What we're seeing is more clients, he said. The number of clients here in Toronto could fill the Rogers Centre 8 times every single month. That's how many people we're feeding. So on and so on. Oh, but what you can do about it? So here's CTV News. Food bank use is at an alarming number in Canada. Here's how you can help. How about get the government to do their fucking job? So the demographic of people who rely on food banks is changing too. Hetherington added nearly 60% of users are college or university educated, and 50% have full-time employment. That social contract that we used to have, of you get an education, you get a job, you work hard, you'll be fine, is not the case anymore. Gearing up for the holiday season has been especially challenging, Hetherington said. The food bank has raised donation goal to 40 million from 8 million previously, he added. All that does is maintain service levels across Toronto. So basically it's saying if you can give money as opposed to food, because the money donations go towards services and stuff, and some farms and stuff will donate direct and all that sort of stuff too. But so the holiday season is a time that traditionally sees a spike in donations as Canadians give back to their communities. However, Hetherington said food banks use is a year-round issue, with July and August being most challenging months as people aren't thinking about donating as much during the summer holidays. There are no real meal programs at schools, and it's incredibly difficult for folks at that time, he said. During the holidays, when we're most grateful, when we get most generous, we need to stock the shelves. So while donating cash and cans is impossible for all Canadians, Hetherington said, everyone can advocate for better living conditions. That means developing affordable housing and making sure people on disability have incomes that don't make them rely on friends, family, and charity, he said. That's a lot. That's a lot. I'm just setting something up quickly. There we go. I just want to run and get in there a drink. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to show you something a little nice. There we go. This is my video. So right now it's members only on my channel, but because it's not technically related to my content. But when I get back, I'll start answering questions or going through the SandBox again. Then I got one teeny tiny docket to go over, and then we can go over, we'll see how people are feeling, and we can go over the Owen Jones, Brianna Wu tweets and the people stepping back from Eurovision, if people are up for it. But while you're waiting for me to get back, here's this. There should be audio on this. Darn it, is this the not audio version? Oh, let me put the audio version up. There we go. I can't use that wrist to get out of the chair. Get your claws out of the shirt. There we go. There we go. There's the scar. It's healing up. I don't think you can hear him purring. Come on, let's get you nice and comfy on here. Hey, Frodo. Love you. Love you. Okay, I'll put you down. I know. Just want to go back. Oh, there you go. Okay, Linear, come on. Come on. Think you saw this little orange tail pop up? Have to hold you like this. There we go. There we go. I'll finish showing the video. I just needed to get some ice packs too. Let's see. All right, I can close this docket down now. And let's go to this one. Not that one. This one, okay. the cooling pack, this one here, that I got that I can wrap around my wrist, I need to toss it back into the freezer, and I forgot to do that. So now I just have these chunk block cold packs that I can use, but I need to use a towel to wrap it around my wrist. There we go. Bad Lefty. Yeah, Lanier and Abernathy aren't bothering Frodo. They'll sleep near him and stuff, but they don't harass him or anything while he's injured like that and sick. Yes, Frodo is my world. Okay, let's check the SandBox, and then we'll get on to the teeny tiny docket that I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So only 8 tabs. And then we'll see how people are, and we can go over Brianna Wu and Owen Jones and the Eurovision stuff. Okay, I think I saw these. Not talking about paid teachers, okay. I don't know who Dr. Mad is, Bad Lefty, and I'm not going to click on random links people throw into the SandBox. I don't know what that was in relation to. Oh, there we go. Okay, I remember that. What are people saying? Jet holds power for years. It's a previous political group's fault. Yeah. Trevor Borens, he's the worst premier we've ever had. I think so. I think so. Even worse than Mike Harris. You know, the thing is that Mike Harris was, you know, devastating for this province and stuff. Conservative, yet the NDP were in once and did some fuck ups, and people have not forgiven them since. But the Conservatives, they'll keep on giving them their chance. Like, fuck all the voters. Like, seriously. Jet Dugford has Riz? I don't see it. He does. Like, he comes across as... I don't like him, but I can see why other people do. I've heard that enough about me, but I can say that to him. It's like, I can understand why some people think he's folksy and honest and just one of the regular folks, because that's what he pretends to be. Hi, kitty. Are you just going to sit there on the arm? Are you just going to sit there? Not on my arm, but on the chair arm. Because it would not be well if he decided to sit on my arm. Rachel Atwood, why do you hate pancakes? Talking about my waffle shirt. Jet pancake batter while waffles iron. Yes, this is a waffle print. I remember that now. Hi. Got the super chat. Thank you. Have a good night, Sandy. Not that you're still watching anyway. If you come back. I'll admit, there are some live streams I don't come back to, but then there are some live streams that I will finish watching. Depends on the topic and all that sort of stuff. Hi. My boobies are not a ledge for you to sit on. Just makes yourself comfy. Are you going to sit? Come on, just sit. Up with the tail. Bad lefty, money printer go brrr. Yeah. Ah, this chair is so noisy. Hey, don't eat the cord. Do I have to kick you off? So, like Trump, after speaking with many concerned healthcare officials, I decided not to cancel healthcare, and I'd like to announce Trump Care cards. Oh, and we raised the anomaly threshold to 20%. Yeah. Let's see, people talking about the Frodo video. Rachel, are you trying to make me cry? That Frodo video is just... That was the morning after his surgery. And he does that every morning. Every morning. He makes it easier to wake up. I've had cats of all genders. Probably even had an intersex cat. Because, this guy right here. I say boy, but he was calico. And apparently only calicos exist on an X chromosome or something like that. And so male calicos tend to be intersex. So there's a good chance he was intersex. Not that it mattered because his balls were chopped off pretty early. But I always find it weird when people apologize for not knowing the gender of my cat. When I'm like, oh, this is Thumper. And they're like, oh, she's so cute. I'm like, well, he was... And they're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. And it's like, how the fuck would you know what gender my cat is by looking at him without looking at their balls? Or lack thereof, you know? It doesn't matter. And that's the thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what gender my cats are. Although I do find boys easier to handle. B-Cat, now that you mentioned it earlier, Lanier is quite a bit smaller than Abernathy, Sandy. Yes. Lanier is like normal, I think, cat size. Abernathy's big. He's big. It's like twice the size of Lanier. Bad Lefty says he can't hear the chair. It's one of those invisible noises, if that makes any sense. Because when I've clipped videos with this chair, I can hear it in the clipped video. But it's one of the things that you pay almost no attention to. It's like a background noise, like when you're listening to songs and you hear the singer go, you don't actually hear that, but once you've noticed it in a song, you're like, oh yeah, there it is. But it's in almost any song that isn't like AI. You can actually hear the singer's intake of air. So, you know, a squeaky chair might be similar to that type of thing, and other, you know, very subtle noises the brain just screens out. But I know when I've been editing clips, when I was sitting in this chair, I could definitely hear it. Come on, Steve, you can get off my lap. Oh. There we go. Okay. Bad Lefty, funny like that, because you know you hear it. Yeah. Very noisy chair. Why don't we get into the last small docket and then we'll decide if we want to go through the last stuff. Even though I promised it to all the pond jumpers who are asleep right now. They'll just have to come back for another live stream. I'm so devious. So these last two stories are just kind of like not really related to the government or anything. No, is this all one story? It's all one story. But it's my ongoing hatred of AI. my ongoing theme of I hate AI and everything to do with it. So here are some of the problems that we're getting into that we need regulations for. So somebody was saying a 17-year-old boy in Calgary just used AI to turn innocent photos of his female classmates into explicit deepfakes. He then uploaded them. Real children were violated without ever touching anyone. This is the new face of child sexual abuse material. Please share this thread. I'm not going to bother sharing the thread because this is basically a somebody ranting against the idea of there was that Superior Court case where they're saying there's not going to be mandatory minimums for people in abuse, like any sort of sexual exploitation or abuse. And this person is saying, no, this 17-year-old must absolutely be put away in jail for the rest of his life because of this type thing. And it's like, the judge would probably be harsher on this because this is a 17-year-old who went out of his way to target his female classmates and all this sort of stuff versus what the court was using as an example of an 18-year-old just showing his buddy an image of his 17-year-old partner, and his buddy now has that picture on his phone and will go away for a minimum sentence because of it. Like there's differences and there's escalations, and the judges still have leeway on how much they can sentence and take things into consideration. So the fact that this 17-year-old took, was very proactive in creating this material of his female classmates will probably weigh heavily on the judge. But also, this is the real kicker of this, is that judges tend not to put the harshest sentences on men and boys when it comes to this sort of thing in the first place. This has always been a thing, always, in every sort of case where judges are like, you know what, I'm going to be lenient on this young man for graping this person because his life will be destroyed and all that sort of stuff. This is an absolute societal issue that needs to be tackled at from all angles. Mandatory minimums are not the right attack angle. There's many more that can be done first and should be done. And a societal shift needs to be changed. But if we go to the actual report and leave out the person's opinion, so alert, Internet Child Exploitation, or Canada's ICE, unit has charged a 17-year-old student after he allegedly used artificial intelligence to create PDF material. So here's the report. teen facing charges related to this. So Calgary, the ICE unit has charged high school student after he allegedly used artificial intelligence to create child abuse material. It is alleged that AI technology was used to sexualize photos of teen girls that attended several different high schools in the Calgary area. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. AI shouldn't be allowed to do that. It shouldn't be allowed to make any sort of PDF file stuff. Just shouldn't be allowed. There should be things where the AI would intelligently think, this might be CP. Shouldn't make it. Even if it's not real, it shouldn't be made. Because it is horrific that anyone would want to make it in the first place. But to have a program just make it on demand? ICE is not identifying the suspect or the high school in order to protect the identity of victims. The victims have been provided support services. In the criminal code, CP abuse material includes photos, videos, and any visual representation of someone under the age of 18 or who is depicted as being under the age of 18 and is engaged in explicit sexual activity. A search warrant was executed at a Calgary home on November 13th. 2 cell phones, a tablet, a laptop were seized. Calgary Police Services provided assistance. What teens need to realize is that creating these images and sharing deep fakes is considered an extreme form of bullying and criminal offense, and we will take action against it. The 17-year-old is facing the following charges, including making, possessing, and distributing CP material, along with criminal harassment. In 2024, the amendment was passed by Parliament, replacing the term CP in the criminal code with child sexual abuse and exploitation material. Child advocates have argued that the term, which you see on screen, which again, I don't know what is okay for the YouTube algorithms, implies consent, while the new term more accurately conveys the abuse and exploitation offenders inflict onto victims. The provisions came into effect October 2025. The team was released on numerous court order conditions, including no contact with persons under the age of 16, unless incidental through work or school, and not to have any electronics capable of accessing the internet other than for work or school. His next scheduled appearance is Who Cares? ICE began its investigation in October 2025 after receiving a tip concerning child abuse material uploaded to a social media platform. Wouldn't be Twitter, would it? Just saying. That is an issue for the social media platform to not allow that sort of shit to go on. Anyone with information on this investigation or any other situations asked to report. There needs to be regulations. There needs to be crackdowns. The governments need to be doing something as opposed to leveling forests and, decimating the climate so that this can happen. So that a 17-year-old can make CP, child exploitation abuse material. The adults need to get involved and actually do something about this. Because here is the most horrendous abuse of AI. Then you just have shit like this. This slop is why your electricity bill went up 40%. And somebody saying 2.5 years of AI progress. Watch, who the fuck cares about watching Will Smith eat spaghetti? Other than this is absolutely and utterly horrifying from 2023. And the thing is yes, it's getting a lot more accurate, and there will be a time where we cannot tell the difference, no matter how arrogant we think we will be. Because there's always going to be the people, I can tell the difference between AI, audio, or visual. I can tell the difference. No, it's going to get to the point where you can't. But somebody was just saying, no, it went up because you have electrical devices. Meh. And then Austerity Assess says, no, the growth in power demand is being driven by commercial and industrial use, not residential. Because of shit like AI. Is the raise in electricity bills worth seeing Will Smith eat spaghetti when you could just, I don't know, is he on, what's that app? I've used it. That app where you can get videos of people. Cameo. Chances are he's on Cameo and you could get a video of him just eating spaghetti. It's not that difficult to use the real human and real spaghetti for this. Why is this? That is still horrifying to look at, the first version, though. Why is this worth leveling forests and destroying the environment? Why is it so important that we have AI that can do this as opposed to just, filming people? Like having real actors again, having the human element, the human contact, humans involved, having humans interact with humans. There is some pushback, some progress, because some companies are just like, you know what? Maybe we want people who are actually creative, who can do these things on their own. So iHeartRadio has banned its radio stations from playing AI-generated music or using AI-generated personalities as part of its guaranteed human program. Yes, we have to have a guaranteed human program. I appreciate it because AI music is the absolute thing. And one of the key tells is you don't hear the breath intake when they're singing. That is one of the key tells. Also, when you're singing out long, you're going to run out of steam at the end of the sentence or the beat or whatever. That's another tell. If you don't hear that wavering, that decline in energy, that's another tell that it's AI. But it's the intake of airs right now, I think, is the biggest thing, because AI might not necessarily know where the appropriate intakes in air would be, because sometimes for professional musicians, it's even indicated in the music where you should be taking the breath in. This is, I hate AI. I hate it. I hate it. But we do have some people saying, because I think more and more companies and corporations are going to become aware that the funny thing about humans is we actually prefer humans for the most part. We prefer human creativity. We want human creativity. Creative humans want want the ability to be creative and not have that art stolen. And we'll get into stolen art in just a minute. Hello, Lanier. We want to know that our interactions actually mean something, and that the person we're talking to on the other end is an actual person, that we're having meaningful connections, that this will not just be a memory in my head, but in somebody else's head, that we are advancing as individuals together, not just, we have a shared experience of humanity. People want that. It's human nature. Yes, Lanier. Oh, Lanier. Would you quit mooning the camera? Oh, he's like, I'm going to moon it more. You done? Can you just sit? Can you just sit? Just sit. Come on, just sit. There we go. There we go. Okay. So here we have a Japanese game studio is making applicants draw in front of them during interviews to prove they don't use generative AI. The chief graphic designer at the undisclosed company said it is humans who can create compelling characters in graphic form from scratch. Also, I live in an area that was big on like tech and programming and stuff, and they would do similar things of, okay, while you're sitting in the room with us, write up a program that does blank, as opposed to show that they're actually capable of writing the programs, as opposed to just you know, sourcing it from other places. They wanted people who could actually creatively think about the programming, you know, have that ability to be inspired, to think outside the box, to, oh fuck, what's the word? To think, well, creativity, I can't speak anymore. To think strategically, problem solving. There's a word. I can't think of it right now. The designer further added, that's why I've been telling my superiors that we should hire talented people. So this is the article. Japanese game studio forces applicants to draw in front of them to avoid AI. That is really squished over to that side, isn't it? Let's do this. Control minus. There we go. A Japanese game development studio is now forcing applicants to draw in front of them during interviews to avoid the use of generative AI. From writing student essays to bringing back our deceased loved ones, artificial intelligence is only growing more prominent with each passing day. Yet its widespread utilization isn't all good. There's reason Titanic director James Cameron calls it horrifying. I miss the day of like actual effects in movies. They look cool. You know, practical effects. Practical sets, practical costumes, practical makeup. Like sometimes I could understand the use for like computer animation for certain characters and stuff. But, you know, there's just something again about practical stuff that really has that human touch to it that makes anything to watch a lot more satisfying. For some, like those creating video games, AI is a contentious subject. While the likes of Activision now readily employs generative tools to create in-game assets, much to the dismay of the community, not all are on board. One undisclosed mid-sized gaming company in Japan falls in the latter camp. After making a few hires only to discover their new artists were relying on AI, a new measure has been put in place. The studio is now forcing hopeful applicants to draw right in front of them during the interview stage. I'm really hoping this article was an AI generated. That's the thing, you just don't even know. You just don't even know. Generative AI is also being used to top Billboard music charts. Ugh. So a chief graphic designer at this undisclosed game studio spoke anonymously with a Japanese media outlet Daily, don't know how to say that, as first spotted by Automation Media. It's here where we learn of the company's new hire protocol. So all of this is good, but at the end of it, it says, while clarifying they themselves use generative AI as a supplementary tool, they contend that it is human creators who create compelling characters and graphics from scratch. That's why I've been telling my superiors we should hire talented people. Yeah, so it's a lot of work for us as recruiters, and it feels like we've gone back in time to see that there are several other companies doing the same thing. Some of the company alleged pushing back on the idea, arguing they should instead be hiring AI experts, such as the anonymous dev is fearful that the leverage in studios is waning. All that sort of stuff. But this is not what I thought. Right, let me go here. I think I just liked it recently, is the problem. Shoot. I have to do it this way. Okay. Oh, right, I'm at the end. I can do it this way. No, that's not, no. Ah, that's it. There we go. More on the, I forgot to put him in my docket. Here we go. So this is a quote tweet to this one, AI today isn't learning from your artwork. It simply erases your name and presents your painting as its own. This isn't technology. This is the erasure of the author. And so my painting with chestnut dahlia versus a grok version of it. It's AI. It's just, it steals art. It doesn't create its own. And this person also saying from LinkedIn post of another artist whose work was regulated. AI is everywhere. In general, as many other medical illustrators, I am sure, I have feared it will only take, it will one day take our jobs. Yesterday, my friend Stephanie E. sent me the image on the right. A surgeon with a large Instagram following, Alexander Menser, posted it to teach people about twin-to-twin transfusion syndrome. I am an illustrator of the image on the left. It was part of my dissertation. In order to create this work, I witnessed a breathtaking fetoscope laser surgery in person by the specialist of all this. So anyway, I've spent weeks researching in books as well as the anatomy lab, speaking to specialists, making sure I would get the anatomy and proportions exactly right, thinking about color use and how it would affect the viewer of the image, waiting for feedback, sketching, resketching, and eventually painting every stroke by hand and digitally finishing the illustration, all to get this carefully crafted illustration. And then someone took it, asked AI to make an image of it, just so they don't have to pay an actual artist. No permission or credits needed. This is legal theft, and there's not a thing I can do about it. Not only did AI take my job, or rather the person using it took my actual work, time and effort, and stripped off of its very core accuracy. A surgeon without gloves, a random number of fingers, and on each hand. Don't even get me started on the anatomy of the mother or the poor fetus getting a laser through its head. I have felt every emotion seeing this monstrosity of an image created in mere seconds directly from not only my work, but from the specialists involved that put their time and knowledge of years into it. Next time you render your free AI image in a couple of seconds, will you think of all the art, all the work, knowledge, and skill that we humans created over hundreds of years that made it possible? Their image, the AI image, which again is just, yeah, kind of scary. But yeah, it's so frustrating. I'm sorry, Linear, you're going to have to get off my lap. He wants his cuddle time. Time to go. Oof. But yeah, it's scary. In AI, you know, it's people will become too reliant on it. They'll get this idea that it's somehow accurate because a few things were once accurate. They'll look at this and think, oh, so this is the smart AI. So it's when people start taking the word of AI over real experts that we're in a whole hell of a lot of trouble. And this one I just wanted to touch on. I read a story years back where an aspiring Paralympian had her sporting achievements used as a reason to remove her higher rate mobility component, so she lost her career, which crushed her Paralympic dreams because she had no accessible alternative transport to get to training. Actually, I was checking out No Justice right before my live stream, and they were talking about, I don't know if it was about this article, but they were talking about you know, people with mental health issues and how difficult it is to maintain that, we like proof in a way. So one-legged father ordered to pay 36,000 pounds in benefits after being filmed playing cricket. So Sean Rigby from Telford, Shropshire, I can't speak this late at night, lost his leg below the knee at the age of 2 in a tractor accident and received personal independence payments since 2016. So because he's learned to live and adapt to his situation, suddenly now he's too well off and doesn't need any financial assistance. Isn't that how it works? Why aren't you getting... Oh, right. It has to be Control Plus, not Shift Plus. There we go. So Sean from Telford lost his leg below the knee. Right. So, but the 37-year-old has now been told by the Department for Work and Pensions to repay thousands of pounds after investigators found his daily needs did not require a vehicle or the enhanced PIP payment. He received a letter Friday saying he needed to repay £36,000 following an appeal after video footage emerged of him playing for Allscott Health CC. Mr. Rigby, who has played sports since he was 7, claims he is disabled and cricket playing does not change this. His sporting career has never been hidden, he says, as he has featured for England disabled team in the past. Alongside these international caps, Mr. Rigby also played twice a week for his local club with the help of a runner. He initially launched his appeal against the fine after he was interviewed under caution in August last year. It has been going on since August last year, and the stress has not been doing me any good, he said. I'm not sure if I want to continue to fight it. A friend went to a tribunal and took more than 18 months. That's how a lot of these programs tend to beat people, is to wear them out. Mr. Rigby called the WP decision unfair and believed there were people with far less debilitating conditions using mobility cars. He said he takes daily painkillers prescribed by his GP to help ease his constant pain, upping his dosage on match days as it makes the pain more tolerable. But Mr. Rigby felt this was all worthwhile as playing cricket was good for my own well-being. While asked about the video, he said, they have footage of me playing, but just because I play cricket doesn't mean my leg has grown back. I still need help getting around. A DWP spokesperson said the decision has gone to an independent tribunal, which agreed with the ruling. They added, following Mr. Rigby's appeal, an independent tribunal agreed with DWP's decision. Personal independence payments are awarded based on how a condition impacts a person's day-to-day needs as opposed to the condition itself. So the instant somebody is capable of adapting and dealing with whatever disability they have, suddenly it means they're no longer disabled. That, as he says, his leg just magically grew back. Like, it's so frustrating, like, for me, because my disabilities are invisible, as they say. It's not apparent when you look at me that I have mental health disabilities. And how do I prove that? There's no brain scan I can have. There's no blood test. Like, I used to be exhausted and tired all the time and sleep 14 hours a day, would fall asleep during meetings, sleep in till the afternoon. And I was told over and over again that I was just lazy, that it was my fault, that I just needed to get up and get motivated. I was told that by family members and people who supposedly cared about me, even though I would try to say I slept 14 hours and I'm still tired. But they wouldn't listen to me. They would just accuse me of being lazy. And then when I finally did have a sleep apnea test, shockingly, I had sleep apnea. And then once I could actually say, I have a medical condition and there's proof, their attitudes towards me changed because my word alone was not good enough. There's no proof of my ADHD, my autism, my chronic depression, the fact that every morning I will sometimes wake up, well, not every morning, but a lot of mornings I wake up to the thoughts of hating the fact that I woke up and wished I had died overnight. That almost daily I have thoughts of just wanting to end things. There's no way I can prove that. There's no way I can prove how manic my brain gets. There's no way I can prove how difficult it is for me to get through tasks. And people just say to me, well, just deal with it. Get over it. People accusing me of trying to emotionally blackmail people because, I need certain needs met if I'm going to work in a work environment, certain accommodations in order for it to be manageable for me. They don't listen to me because there's nothing I can do to prove it. They have to take my word for it. And a lot of them are unwilling. They seem to think that I'm just living high off of disability payments? That I'm somehow choosing this lifestyle? But I guarantee you none of them would swap with me. They wouldn't want my life. Let's face it, a lot of people would want my artistic ability, but they wouldn't necessarily want what comes with it. Because let's just say in order to have this level of artistic ability, you have to be a certain neurodivergence. Neurotypical people don't do it. And some people with neurodivergence don't have mental health issues. Others do. I do. And how do I prove it? I can't. But I'm constantly asked to. I'm constantly dismissed. It's constantly brushed off. It's like, it's not a big deal. You can just get over it. You can just motivate yourself. Go out for a walk. Well, I do go out for walks regularly for my mental health. But there's all these like, oh, well, have you tried this vitamin? Have you done this? Have you tried meditating? Have you thought about it differently? Have you just tried to outthink your depression, your mental health issues? Have you just tried to outthink them? Have you just chosen to think something else? Because it's a choice to think about how much I hate my life every day. It's a choice to just have that ruminate in my head, for it to not go away. The images that I sometimes get of what I should do to myself. That's a choice, apparently, to a lot of people. They don't know how difficult it is for me to do things like even maintain this channel. But they will look at this channel as proof. Maybe I'm not that disabled. Maybe it's not a disability. The fact that I can smile, I can joke, I can laugh, I can have a good time. Maybe that's proof I don't really have depression. When I do, I still do. But you can smile from time to time. There are good moments. There are good times. If everything is kind of stable and balanced, my quality of life is even decent. So does that mean I should be punished by having all the things that make it stable taken away, thus then enacting all the other mental health issues that come along with it? If you finally find that place with your disabilities and you find that balance to make your life good and decent and livable, how helpful is it then to take away those things? It's a punishment. That's all it is. It's a punishment. If you're living with disabilities and you're not able to contribute to society the same way as everyone else, then you don't deserve to have a good quality of life, according to all these people. You deserve to be punished. You deserve to live with less if you aren't able. How dare you have a better life than somebody else who has to work way over time and stuff like that just to get by, as opposed to actually arguing for the fact that everyone should have a good quality of life. Everyone should be able to pay their bills, have groceries, have a decent, work to life balance type thing. They'd much rather just punish people for things that they couldn't control in the first place. Yeah. Well, been at this for 5 hours. I'm really running out of steam. But let me know. Put a 1 in the SandBox. If you want to hear the Eurovision and Owen Jones versus Brianna Wu stuff, which is a bit lighter, we can just poke fun at it. Or put a 2 for me to put a cap in it for later. Because I could even talk about it on Wednesday during this space, even though I don't have a lot of crossover audience. So that's maybe not the best time to do it. Tomorrow I will be doing another live stream, but it's to do with trans issues in particular. And I can't exactly throw in the fight between Owen Jones and Brianna Wu in that, because he's fighting with her for being a Zionist. But put a 1 if you want to hear that stuff. Put a 2 if you're like, no, we're good for the night. And I will check the SandBox. Let's see, how am I for tabs right now? Okay. It's not like there's much to go over with the Brianna Wu, Owen Jones stuff. It's just ridiculous. Okay, there's people talking about Frodo. Bad Lefty, I'm not loons. I won't give you links to random viruses. People talking about my kitty cats. And people talking about their kitty cats. Soul Life, ban Photoshop, ban photographs of head. The Wild West, right? Why is that a feature of AI? Not entirely sure which part that is in relation to, but maybe the idea of Will Smith just eating spaghetti. I wish I could reboot. No, I'm not going to ask AI to make PDF content. And that should automatically get flagged as part of the regulation. If somebody says, could you make this into child version? Then it should automatically just like go to the feds. Yes, it was Cameo I was talking about. I used Cameo. I had, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on his name. It's been a long night. One of Sam's friends. He hasn't been on in a while either. A lot of you know who I'm talking about. One of Sam Cedar's friends on the Majority Report. I had him make a cameo. For one thing, I wanted to support him. But then I also wanted to get Sam's attention to come onto my show. And so I had him made a cameo asking Sam, like, are you just coward to come onto her show and stuff like that? And it was fun. Sam heard about it. I don't know if he ever watched it, but he heard about it. People were talking about it on Majority Report. Came this close to being aired on the Majority Report, but didn't in the end. It's not like I was in it or anything, but it was fun. It was fun. And I had disposable cash at the time, so, you know, did that more to support him than I did, like, you know, to get Sam onto my show was definitely a bonus. And eventually Sam did come onto my show. I would love to have him on my show again, now that I'm a little bit more polished at this whole interview thing and talking on camera and whatnot. Because he was on my 2nd year anniversary show. So I'm a lot better at this now, I think. I'd love to have him back on my show. So if there are artist tools, Photoshop, for example, that allow you to take any picture, remove a cloud, add birds, change their hair to blonde, jeans to a dress, and so on. A dress, skin, the perversion begun. Photoshop is a little bit more involved than that. That's a bit different. That's a bit different than just having generative AI. Bad Lefty appreciates the censorship of Lanier mooning the camera. Hello, or Broomer. Is YouTube being in pain? It's been a pain for me a lot recently. So, Life, the issue of access and restriction and protection online is a tricky one. Because you're saying there's no real regulatory fairness here unless we build a facial database that links every face to an identity to see if it's an actual face without consent. That's not good either. And I get it. It's a very tricky situation. And I think just part of it is we need a societal shift. Like, it's a societal, cultural issue when it comes to the use of AI, how it gets used, all that sort of stuff. Or just like, because some people are worried about children getting access to porn online, and so they want to have all these restrictions and stuff, and that's a cultural issue. We should be teaching kids that's not something they should be doing, and encouraging them to wait till they're adults and having healthy forms of adult content to enjoy. But that's a cultural and societal and parenting issue. But yeah, just there's not an easy fix to it, and I think that's what people want. That's what they're used to, this instant gratification thing where it's like, I want to order this thing, and then the next 3 days it's there. I'm curious about this question. They Google it and they get the immediate answer. I want to know how to solve this problem, and they get the immediate answer. Immediate. There's no immediate answer to this. It's going to take a long time, a lot of investigation, a lot of people involved. And a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of work. I'd like to say I did not use AI for my book. And my covers are not AI generated either. And I will not use an AI generated cover. Let's see. Speak out. All human beings have inherent value. Yep. Or rumor, AI can't perform live, so we still have that, although singers are using tracks and audio tune live, and that is a problem for me. There will soon be live performers. They won't be live as in hologram type thing, but you know, there will be performers that you can interact with, because it's just connecting a ChatGPT type thing to a visual. It's not that far off in the future, because there's already versions of that where you have those filters, where you have the vloggers, or just even the filters on the phone where it will have like the animal face over top of yours that can change the emotions and stuff. So it's just a matter of combining that with the audio and stuff. It won't take that long to get to the point where you can have, last Wednesday on this space, I was talking about a young woman that was AI generated into some scenes and things of that sort. It won't be that long before that is actually interactive, which is just, that's a different type of porn right there. But keep in mind, one of the first things the camera was used for was to take pictures of naked bodies doing things. Like, AI could have been it could have been useful. Could have been useful. Got a couple ones for few ones. Okay, few ones. Benjamin Kindler. Yeah, that's who. That's who. Andy Kindler. That's it. That's it, Bad Lefty. Andy Kindler. That's who I got the cameo. I will never use Grok. And I despise people who use Grok. And even though I follow a lot of Owen Jones content and stuff, I get annoyed when he gets into argument with people trying to get Grok to say the things that they want Grok to say type thing. Okay, let's just get into some fun then. Well, the first one isn't that fun, as I'm looking at one of the images on it. And then we'll just some light stuff. So we'll do the Eurovision first, and then the Owen Jones v. Brianna Wu stuff. As my computer is about to crash, so maybe not. No, that's not what... I've closed like so many tabs. Why is this a problem now? There we go. Let's let it load up the picture. My God. I've already closed like the bulk of my tabs. I don't know why it's being problematic now. There we go. So like I think after the .com Bible 6. Yeah. Tell you what, I'm gonna let my hair down. It's hard to do this with my one wrist, but I just want to play with my hair, that's all. We're getting to that time of night. You see, this sweater just doesn't look that great with my hair in front, so as I move my head towards my hand as opposed to moving my hand towards that because I need to keep this wrist semi-straight. Anyway, but I still desperately want to play with my hair. So, from the National, Eurovision will now be a farce. The loss of Spain is particularly damaging, and for those countries that continue to participate, the whole saga will be defined by drama as pro-Palestinian activists in each country kick up a fuss, writes Owen Jones. I did not actually read the article because I'm tired, but here's a little bit more on it. Come on, so... Elon Levy saying the real reason Spain is trying to exclude Israel from Eurovision. Look at that, because the Israelis always get like high numbers and stuff, and that's why Spain is jealous. They're just jealous. And then somebody pointing out the real reason Spain is trying to exclude Israel from Eurovision. Yeah. It's because they're committing a genocide and war crime. And Russia was kicked out for less. Russia was banned for less. So Israel, for this international thing, which is really popular, should be kicked out, barred from going. Plain and simple. It's not politics. It is consistency. Rachel, when was the last time Owen hosted a live show on YouTube where he responds to super chats? Feels like it's been ages. It has been. I've checked his live on his YouTube. It's been a long time, partly because of the book he's working on. Once the book, he keeps on promising that once his book is done, he'll do more live streams. Same way I keep on promising when my TYT video is done, I'll be able to start doing other types of content. So I know the feeling. I know the feeling. And as a fellow ADHDer, I really get it. I really get it. But anyway, so from CBC, at least 4 countries pull out of the 2026 Eurovision contest as Israel's participation sows discord. Dutch broadcaster says Israel's participation is no longer compatible with its intentions. Public broadcasters from at least 4 countries, including Spain and the Netherlands, on Thursday pulled out of next year's Eurovision Song Contest after organizers decided to allow Israel to compete. You see, allowing Israel to compete is political. Barring them from competing is consistency. The developments expose how political discourse has taken center stage over a usually joyful celebration of harmony through music. The pullouts, that sounds dirty, which were joined by Ireland and Slovenia, came after a General Assembly of the European Broadcasting Union, a group of public broadcasters from 56 countries that run the event, met to discuss concerns about Israel's participation, which some countries oppose due to its conduct in the war in Gaza. Really, CBC? That's how you're going to phrase it? Due to its conduct in the war in Gaza? How about due to it committing genocide in Gaza? You can put the G word, due to its genocide. In just you can keep out these words and you can just make that word, that would be far more accurate. Earlier, EBU members voted to adopt tougher voting rules in response to allegations that Israel manipulated the vote in favor of its contestant, but took no action to exclude any broadcasters from the competition. It wouldn't surprise me if Israel found a way of cheating. Because when it comes down to it, Israel, and again, I'm talking about the state, feels entitled to whatever the fuck it wants because it's already gotten away with literal genocide. And before this genocide, it was getting away with killing thousands of people and keeping an outdoor prison and concentration camp and all this sort of stuff. They've never really faced any real repercussions for the shit they do. Cheating on Eurovision, it's minuscule. And they just would probably feel like they're entitled to it. The feel-good pop music gala, which draws more than 100 million viewers every year, has been roiled by the war in Gaza for the past 2 years. And I remember one of those years there was footage of the Israeli singer on stage, but people trying to shout her down with like pro-Palestinian stuff. Because outside of our Western media and stuff, turns out the general public ain't so much a fan of what Israel's doing. You know, when you step outside of our Zionist bubbles that control the government and media and stuff of that sort, it turns out a lot of people don't approve. So a report on the website of Icelandic broadcaster RUV, meanwhile, said it would meet next Wednesday to discuss whether Iceland would take part after its board last week recommended that Israel be barred from the contest in Vienna next May. The Broadcasting Union statement and stuff. Okay, yeah. So Israeli President Isaac Herzog said on X that he was pleased Israel will again take part and hope the competition will remain one that champions culture, music, friendship between nations, and cross-border cultural understanding. Thank you to all our friends who stood up for Israel's right to continue to commit genocide, to contribute and compete at Eurovision, he added. And you see, they're struggling. Like, Israel knows that once they're banned from Eurovision, they're fucked. Because once the main cultural signifiers go away, the things that are keeping them cover, because as long as they're allowed to participate in Eurovision, they're given the air of, oh, the word was almost in my head. The air of respectability. Russia was kicked out because they were so discredited, but Israel's still there, so it can't be that bad. They need to be kicked out. I've never watched it. I never will, so I can't say I'm going to boycott it. It's not that I'm against watching it. It's not a thing in Canada so much, because Canada isn't part of one of those countries that participates yet. Austria, which is set to host the competition after Viennese singer JJ won this year, was Wasted Love, blah, 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 blah. However, someone said that the participation of Israel is no longer compatible with the responsibility we bear as a public broadcaster. Another place echoed similar concerns. Serious doubts about the participation of Israeli broadcaster Can, according to Secretary General Alfonso Morales. Divided over politics. The contestants, whose 70th edition is scheduled for Vienna in May, pits act from dozens of nations against one another for continent's musical crown. It strives to put pop before politics, but has repeatedly been embroiled in world events. Russia was expelled in 2022 after its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Yes, that's worthy of being expelled. Genocide. Yeah. Yet the war in Gaza has been its biggest challenge, with pro-Palestinian protesters demonstrating against Israel outside the last two Eurovision contests in Basel, Switzerland, and in May, and Malmö, Sweden in 2024. Iceland, Ireland, the Netherlands, Slovenia, and Spain have previously threatened to sit out the contest as if Israel was let in. Opponents of Israel's participation criticize the conduct of war, which has left more than 70,000 people dead, according to the enclave's health officials. It's not just that, and yeah, we go over this a lot. Israel's government has repeatedly defended its campaign as a response to the attack by Hamas-led militants, so on and so forth. Yeah, so that's that. Okay, let's make sure I have these in order. So that's December 2nd. Let's close those, because my computer's getting really antsy. I just realized something even more stupid about this. The Wild West, how likely is Canada to join Eurovision? No, please no. Mark Carney is interested. Let's put it that way. He has started to say, hey, let's check it out. Even though it didn't work the last time. The government said, hey, let's check it out. But it's of consideration right now. December 2nd. Oh, my internet is being really stupid right now. Okay, let's just see some fun stuff. Yes, respectability was the word I was looking for. Bad Left Day, I recall the booze. They turned off the crowd mics and piped in happy sounds. Yeah. Spain and Ireland are both Eurovision champs, says Rachel. And they almost won last year, says the Wild West. Yeah. I think I vaguely remember that. But So for some reason, like I know Miss Rachel has been in the news recently because she was on this list apparently of top anti-Semites for basically saying, you know, children shouldn't be killed. And there were some other tweets in relation to that that were just so psychopathic. Elon Levy, I think, had one where just absolutely criticizing Miss Rachel for saying, you know, children deserve to live, saying it was blood libel. You know, saying children deserve to live is blood libel, according to Elon Levy, if you're referring to, you know, Palestinian children. I believe that was the exchange anyway. But, you know, because Miss Rachel's name has been in the news recently, here we have Emily said Miss Rachel is a Hamas-supporting sellout who platforms Palestinians that advocate the kidnapping of Israeli children. She platformed Palestinian children that were amputees because of what Israel had done to them. She is now collaborating with, I don't know who these people are, praise, blah, 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 blah. I don't know any of that, and I don't trust the words she's saying. And that was from July 18th. So this is a tweet from July 18th that Brianna Wu just went, fuck, I need to say something about it now. You know, came to me a bit late, but goddamn, I need to say something. Because she says, I'm with Emily. Y'all fucking crazy to be defending Miss Rachel. She's essentially turning kids into anti-Semites by showing them a very selective history. Owen Jones comes in with, like most people, I wish I could return to a world that existed before I knew who you were. There is no evidence that you see Palestinians as human beings with lives of any worth. Like almost all monsters, you don't realize you're a monster, but you are a monster. And then he gets into fights with other people as well. It doesn't matter. Well, somebody's saying, you're a monster, says a literal troll who can't itself from focusing its entirely on attacking Jews, excuse me, Zionists, because it has nothing better to do with its meaningless life. And then Owen saying it doesn't matter anymore how much you pretend opposing genocide is attacking Jews. Nobody serious believes you anymore. You will be remembered by history the same way as an apology is for Pol Pot or Rwanda genocide. And deep down, you know it. Well, Brianna saw that Owen responded to her. And since Owen has a fairly hefty platform, let's see, he has 1 million followers here versus Brianna's. Is it waiting? Come on, show me. There we go. Yeah, her 171K followers. So somebody with 1 million followers replied to her, so she had to respond to that. So we go back to, we have to go back a few. So she replied to Owen Jones when he said, like most people, I wish I could return to a world that existed before I knew who you were. She says, I'm not a monster, Owen, but I understand that standing for Jewish dignity seems monstrous to people like you. We don't differ on compassion for victims of war. It's just that my assessment is that killing the terrorists is the quickest way to get peace, and yours is that siding with terrorists is the quickest way to get there. So the official statistics of 70,000, is that all terrorists? And how's that peace coming along? Are you at the peace yet? You killed the 70,000 terrorists, according to Brianna Wu. Have you achieved that peace? Is it in the horizon? Well, you see, there would be peace now if Israel just fucking stopped. If they stopped bombing and killing and slaughtering, if Israel allowed aid to get in, you know, humanitarian supplies, doctors, medical, that's how peace, that is the quickest way to peace. That would be, is if Israel just stopped being monsters. Owen says, you are an apologist for what consensus of genocide scholars, including Israel genocidal scholars, have concluded is a genocide. You have engaged in rampant anti-Palestinian dehumanization, framing that as standing for Jewish dignity is morally depraved. You are sick. She's like, oh, we're getting good engagement. I need to see more. So she says a lot more. First of all, I'm not an apologist. I proudly stand with Israel. Do you know what an apologist is? Secondly, the false genocide claim is probably scary to people that don't actually know those genocide scholars, who those genocide scholars are. So at this stage in the game, Brianna Wu is still calling what's happening in Gaza as not a genocide. That it's fake, it's made up, it's not real. And if she believes it, she's dumber than I thought, but I think she knows. She knows it's a genocide. She knows. This is a choice. She is parking herself on that side of the fence. This is a choice that she's making to smooth up to people that hate her. You know, her attempts of kissing up to right-wingers, people who are Zionists, people who are right-wing, racist bigots, hate her. They would like to genocide people like her. She's defending them. So these are groups committed to the destruction of Israel that have infiltrated academia and nonprofit institutions, including like actual Holocaust survivors and people who study the Holocaust and say which tragedy it is, and now are saying, yeah, what's happening in Gaza is a genocide and all that. They're just they're against Israel. Yep. Amnesty International is committed to the destruction of a nation. That's amnesty for you. I'm deep enough in this world to know how this works. Really? Are you? Because you don't seem to know that the people you're kissing up to hate you and want you dead. Countries and individuals committed to destroy Israel fund people like you and fund fake scholars. Yes, Owen Jones swimming in that anti-Zionist cash there. There is no genocide without intent. Israel does not have any proven intent to hurt Palestinian civilians. I'm laughing because it's horrible. No, they've outright said what their intentions were from the beginning. You know, make Gaza into a parking lot, kill them all. There are no innocents in Gaza. They're all terrorists. Targeting children, targeting them, targeting families, and reporters and doctors, and all of that. Targeting them. This has been the most documented genocide in history. The intention could not be clearer. It's there. To say it at this point, to say that there has not been any proven intent is a choice to lie. For what outcome she's hoping for, I don't know. But it's not going to end well for her. So, on the contrary, this war has been prolonged by the remarkable restraint they've shown. The civilian to combat death ratio is some of the best in modern warfare. Actually, it's right up there with the Rwanda genocide. There's never going to be a successful case against Israel in the ICJ until there is. Your claim is just political hot air. From my point of view, the person that does not value Palestinian life is you. The person who has, lost career opportunities, received death threats, has actually traveled to the West Bank, all of that. He does not value Palestinian life. The person denying that there's a genocide in Gaza Oh, she's the one that does. You're part of a political project that serves them up as meat for the machine, justifying terrorism, ignoring war crimes. Owen actually says, what Hamas did on October 7th was war crime. There's no argument on that one. Like, that's the thing, we all recognize that. It's just, there's this whole issue of people not recognizing what Israel is doing is also a much more horrendous war crime. In using children as human shields, this is morally abhorrent. Here's my plan to help Palestinians. Kill the terrorists, stop radicalizing them into wasting their lives on carnage, and get them international community to invest in building a paradise. You mean like Donald Trump and his Gaza resort? Yours is to continue offering them as human sacrifice, to trying and failing to destroy Israel. I will not be lectured by someone who wants this incredibly dark fate for them. Owen Jones comes back. Here are the Israeli genocide scholars who have concluded Israel has committed genocide. You claim they have infiltrated academia driven by a commitment to destroy Israel. I'll let everyone else judge. And then he says a whole bunch of names I don't know how to pronounce. Abraham. So one is a Dean Professor of Holocaust Studies at Brown University, Professor of Holocaust History at the Department of Jewish History and Contemporary Jewry at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Head of the Institute for Contemporary Jewry at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Associate Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies, Holocaust Study at the University of Haifa. These are preeminent genocide scholars who spent their lives researching genocide and the Holocaust you have defamed. But who is to say who is right, world-leading genocide scholars or a charlatan who couldn't even point to Israel on a map a couple years ago? Yes, I'm sure you can point to a few random nut jobs. There's more. But hey, just because they are Israeli doesn't mean they're viewed with some magical immunity to bad ideas. That's not the way most people see it. And again, it doesn't matter what some academics say. It matters what the ICJ rules. You see that thing just moving at light speed away? That's the goalpost. No intent has been proven, and no intent will ever be proven. You are ultimately a hack whose mission is the destruction of the only democracy in the Middle East. It's not a democracy. People there don't have equal rights to vote. Palestinians are not treated as equal civilians in Israel. It's not an actual democracy. This is going to be screenshotted, I'm sure. And then when the ICJ does actually rule on it, she'll have some excuse, I'm sure. World preeminent genocide scholars are a few random nut jobs. The consensus of genocide scholars is a few random nut jobs. Let me be blunt. These are world specialists in genocide studies. You, on the other hand, would require daily watering if your IQ was a few points lower. I love Owen Jones insults. I do. The Wild West? You live for what? My Valley accent? I do love Owen Jones insults. These are world specialists in genocide studies. You, on the other hand, would require daily watering if your IQ was a few points lower. And then, of course, it's too late for this. Somebody chiming in, a guy that can't tell the difference between a man and a woman wants to lecture Israel on what to do or not to do. There was no genocide. Half-wit. It's like, what? Because attempting to discredit my opposition to genocide with transphobia while I'm arguing with a trans woman who is pro-genocide? Well, that's a new one. I'll hand you that. Some people, they just want to go for what are the hot things to say right now? What are the trigger points? What are what phrase, the key phrases right now that is on the right wing agenda and just word saladed together. Then Brianna says, let me be blunt. You are paid to be a propagandist for terrorists. Your worldview will result in a devastation of rights for women, Jews, Christians, black people, and gay people, and trans women. You can't love America and support Owen Jones. That is the truth. I don't think he responded to that. I would love to see them have a debate. One where she can't just randomly turn off the mic. But, you know, here comes Owen Jones with actual receipts, actual facts and stuff. Brianna Wu, not so much. Just ridiculous, but I would love to see that debate because sometimes I'm like, when it comes to debates, I'm a bit of a masochist. The more painful they are, the more they enjoy them. Okay, let's close those. So for all you pawn jumpers who decided to come back and watch the end of my stream, thank you. Ow. Thank you with this hand and not with this one. I'll have to put more ice on that. Let's see. So, talking about Canada joining Eurovision. It's a possibility. Wild West. That's not what blood libel means. I know. I don't even know who Emily is. Bad lefty. BCat Woo's the worst. She integrated herself into Destiny's community this year. Ugh. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how much of Brianna Wu I'm going to be adding into my TYT essay, because I don't want to make it about her. Like, somebody who's better at this than me needs to do like a whole video essay about her. Maybe Jose with a J. He just did one about Ben Shapiro. It's worth watch. Go check it out. Be interesting to see him do one about Brianna Wu and her weird fixation with wanting to be right-wing and throwing her own community under the bus, throwing Palestinians under the bus, just trying to be the worst of the worst. Hoping that, you know, maybe she'll just be the last one they take out. Ingratiated. That's the word. Not integrated. Ingratiated. Soul Life, is she still in TYT payroll? I do not believe so. I believe she stepped away she was part of the PAC. And I believe she stepped away from that because it was becoming a problem. And there was an announcement about it, but I'll have to double check my notes because she will be mentioned in my TYT video. But it was her choice, not Jank. She chose to step away for reasons. But I'm sure if she wanted to, you know, do a co-host guest appearance and stuff, they'd have no problem with it. She still was well after Israel was committing the genocide. Yeah, so live. The phrase human animals shows a lot of intent. BCat, Lefty, exactly. Given what has come to light about Destiny's this year, joining his community is, yeah. I think the Vanguard was commenting on Destiny going on Piers Morgan because is it this issue, Israel and Gaza, that is one of the few issues that he's on the right side of still, and very vocally so. And he was like taking Piers Morgan to task, and you know, Zach and Gavin were on about like how they wish that there was somebody else who was neurodivergent, who wasn't a potential predator that could do this sort of thing, that is just so autistic that they just say whatever without any cause of like, oh, but I want this person to like me. And meanwhile, I'm thinking, that could potentially be me. Like, I'm not a debater. I don't like that sort of thing. And it'd be a rough go the first few times around, but my filter would be off. And that might not be good for me. But when it comes to that sort of thing, I would just say so many things that people kind of hold back on because my ability to gauge what is appropriate isn't that good. Because I would have a hard time trying to talk to anything with Piers Morgan in good faith without bringing up the fact that he helped to facilitate the genocide. He played a part in the and this is the other reason why I wouldn't be good in debates, is I have to stop to be like, what's that word when you help to make it okay? You know what I mean? That with like going into Iraq with the weapons of mass destruction, the thing where you try to sell it to the people, there's a phrase for it. And Piers Morgan was definitely responsible for a lot of that. Somebody, I'm sure, in the SandBox knows the word I'm going for. And this is part of the reason why I would suck at debates. So Rachel saying, Jake and Anna are dog shit grifters who provide cover for anti-Semites, but they themselves are not. Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens should be on the list in their place. Yeah, that list wasn't really about real anti-Semites, just people they don't like. Bro has a way with words. To be frank, says Bad Lefty. I do love his insults. Like, that's the thing. If I ever got to talk to Owen Jones, I kind of would want to piss him off. Just because I would find it too adorable. Rachel saying that Owen shouldn't waste his time with this loon, honestly. Not on Twitter, but definitely I want to see this in real life. The thing is that Owen does tend to hold back in actual debates. I don't hear these insults when he's actually with somebody, debating with someone. I want to hear them. But he still tries to be, I think, a little bit too professional when he's actually having debates. And I would love that filter to come off. Also, it could be the dynamic of writing things down. You can think them out better. Like, I'm very good at writing funny, but I would never be able to do like stand-up. But I can sit down and write out things that are really funny. So a lot of my scripted video essays tend to have a lot more jokes in it. Because it's a different brain processes that involves with that. And so it could be that he comes up with these types of insults and stuff because he's writing it out versus sitting there talking to someone. It's a different dynamic. But I would love to see him just unleash like this on somebody in real life. It's like, don't shame my kink. The Wild West. Take a Tylenol and get more autism. I thought you were about to say take a Tylenol and get more rest because of my wrist, but hey. Bad Lefty, pass on any research or clips and timestamps to someone like Jose. I do not have their contact information, and when it comes to anything like that, I'm not well known enough for them to take me seriously. It's a thing. It's a thing. They won't know who I am, and they won't want to put in the research to try to find out. Hopefully, knock on anything resembling wood, if my TYT video essays do well, then I might be given a little bit more credibility, but I thought my Charlie Kirk video would do well. It didn't even get 500 views. So I could be putting a year's worth of work into these TYT videos and not even get 1,000 views. But I've already put so much work in it. I'm not about to stop. I need to get them done so I can move on. I've been promising it to the audience for quite some time, but as long as Owen has been promising his book. But I do have a lot of research on Anna, if anybody is interested in that. I watched a whole bunch of her debates and have like a very listed out timestamp thing of things she said in it. Things like women have equal rights to men now and it's overblown, or, you know, we were less racist, you know, in the 90s type thing. A lot of that, though, I did pull on for my TYT essay, so there's going to be a lot of those things that I fortunately had time-stamped, because I was going to do a video called the Anna Kasparian Pendulum, but at this point that just seems moot, and the TYT one about her and Jank just seems more relevant. But I still have it all documented out and watched way too much of her. It wasn't normalized. There's the word, somebody should have gotten it by now, when you, what they did for the Iraq War with the weapons of mass destruction and what the media did. There was this thing where something about consent, about not construct consent, but, you know, it's something like that. That's the word that I'm going for. Not artificial consent. I can't remember it right now. But somebody in the SandBox, you know what I mean. Rachel Mehdi Hassan has been an excellent influence on peers vis-a-vis Israel, Palestine in recent months, years. He has finally changed, but I don't think it's because of Piers. I just think it's because Piers I don't think it's because of Mehdi. I think it's because Piers realizes that there's a shift. And he realizes that being an apologia for Israel isn't best for his ratings anymore. That there's a cultural shift in opinion on that, and I think he's just following that. I don't think his mind has been changed. He's just chasing clicks. Manufacturing consent, Bad Lefty, yes. Rachel, I feel that, Sandy. I've attempted stand-up and failed spectacularly. Yes, I'm good at improv, but improv requires a team. So this is kind of like improv, but this is why I like interacting with people too, because chances are a lot of my funnier comments are when I'm interacting with the SandBox versus me just spewing things here. He curls his tail so much, it practically hits him in the back of the head. Bad Lefty, that's crazy. That CK video was excellent. Why, thank you. Yeah, I felt that was a really good video, my Charlie Kirk video, full of humor and information and a different perspective than most people were covering, and perspective and Jeff Wiggins was nice and helped give it a boost, but you know, unless like the Serfs or the Vanguard were to go over parts of it, it's gone stale. Like it won't pick up any more steam. And I really thought it would do numbers. Or I guess not so much I thought, I just hoped. I really did. And it's the same with my interview with Dr. Mark Allen Derry. I thought it would do a lot better, especially considering we were talking about the ostrich farm. But again, it just hasn't even cracked over 70 views. Like, my engagement on Twitter and Blue Sky were never good to begin with. It's gone non-existent now. Most of my tweets and stuff, you'll see 3 likes. They're all from me. My 3 accounts. That's it. And on Blue Sky, you only see 1. Because on Blue Sky, you see who likes your content or your posts. So you would see I was liking my own. And then you would see my Sandy account and my LeftoftheBox account. But then you would also see my anonymous account that I'm not sharing with people. So I can't like them on that. So you only see my posts on Blue Sky receive 1 like. So life Israel is the one topic TYT covers usually. Yeah, except for when they have Ben Glebe on. Rachel, reshare your CK video and I'll post it everywhere and will hopefully boost eyeballs. Share it where, which platforms? Like, are you on Twitter and Blue Sky? Oh, Bad Lefty just posted it there. Thank you. It helps in the algorithm if you share directly from the video. So where it says share, if you actually click share and send it to Twitter or other platforms and stuff like that, that gets it more attention than if you just copy the link and send it somewhere type thing. The Wild West, yeah. David Dill mentioned how political YouTubes weren't showing up in YouTube wrap-ups, yeah. I do get more engagement on Blue Sky, but yeah, the engagement I get on Twitter and Blue Sky right now is just, it's so bad. And my last few videos that I've posted are just doing absolutely horrendous on my channel. My live streams tend to do better, so I'm going to be inviting Dr. Mark Allen Derry back onto my channel to talk about more things, but instead of doing a live stream, or instead of doing a video where I edit it and post it, I'm just going to do a live stream. It doesn't look as pretty, and I can't add in like extra information afterwards or anything. Like, oh, here's the article that he was talking about. Here's the word that he meant to say. Here's the word I meant to say, or something like that, or edit out a part that just meant nothing or something, and clean it up. So it won't be as clean, but it'll get more eyeballs on it, because my interview with Tony McGill about the NDP leadership also did not do well. And I will be interviewing Tennille Johnston, who's also running to be leader of the NDP. Hopefully on Tuesday evening, I'll be interviewing her, but I'm going to be posting it similar to I did with Tony. So it'll be a pre-record, so it might get 50 views. But anyway, I need to be going. I am tired. It is past midnight here. I've been at this for 6 hours. Where's Looney Tunes when you need him? And I still need to eat dinner. Luckily, it's just leftover, so all I have to do is reheat it. Anyway, got a kitty cat purring in my lap. What more can you need? So yeah, all of this stuff here. I'm also going to start reclassifying my videos as entertainment versus news and politics. See if that changes it in the algorithm at all. But yeah. So we'll see. I'll see some of you on Wednesday. And also, if you don't normally catch me on this space, you can always go back to the live streams and watch my segment there, because I try to cover a bit different stuff. So this week I'm going to be covering... I'm just going to be breaking down pride symbols and pride flags so people know what they mean. And also tomorrow, be doing a live stream, providing my energy level is there. If not, I might hold off till Friday. Oh, I can't Friday. Thursday. Maybe till Thursday, which is a stupid time to do it because of all the others. Anyway, hopefully tomorrow I'll be doing a live stream about trans-related issues. So please check that out. So here we go. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, this is Veneer, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.